bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Niggas facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Tell them to point out who said it, they run it. Bitch, I'm on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that shit for the sale. Yeah. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make 'em reach for the stars. I'm jumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I push it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Toolie tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. They bang on their ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Niggas for shock, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can chill. Niggas really all shy with it. Roll with it. Roll with it. Roll with it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for being here on another Friday night. Y'all already know what to do to support the channel. All right, go ahead, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as you guys are coming in. I mean, it's good to be here again to have another great conversation amongst men. As those men come in here, I want to make sure that you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, come on in here, have a seat, take a minute, have a seat, and put this on your TV, on your phone, on your radio as you're driving, whatever it is, just put it on. I want to thank you guys for supporting the channel. Thank you guys for supporting the show yesterday with my boy Dusto from the Dustosphere. It was a great show yesterday. We had a great time yesterday. So thank you so much, guys. Hit the like button, subscribe button, and join the channel. Send a cash app. You'll see that running at the bottom of the screen right now. And we'll go from there. Again, thank you guys for being here. I will drop the link later on tonight for other fellas to come up to have this conversation. First, I want to start out with bringing the one and only, my brother from another mother. Let's give it up for Mandrell. He's in the building tonight. All right, I had E-Man. I just lost him for a little bit. Give me just a second. All right, so then I got my boy No Captivities in the building tonight. No Captivity, right? Yes, sir. All right. So I'm waiting on my boy E-Man to come back. He came in. Freezer, you popped up. And he gone.
No, he must have sensed me.
Oh, he sensed you. Okay, hold on.
I'm just joking, E-Man. I'm just joking, man.
All right, man. So Chaotic, what's going on, man? Hey, listen, man, if you want to be a part of it, brother, just DM me. I'll send you the link. I'll send it to you right now. But yeah, thank you for being here, Von Brian. Thank you for being here, Mandrell. You know, everybody that's coming in right now, I see the numbers going up right now. So hit the like button, subscribe button, get in the chat. Chat's undefeated. Now, most of the people that I wanted for this conversation, a lot of people, Freezy, don't want to have this conversation. But I got a surprise for you, Freezy.
Hey, what's up, brothers? How y'all guys doing today?
What's going on? What's going on, man? How you doing?
Out here in the country, you know, the internet don't work as good out there with them city folks. So out here in the country, it took a little minute. My bad, black man.
Oh, no. You good, man. You good. Freezy said you sensed him, so you got off.
Oh, no, you told me he was coming.
Yeah. He said you, huh?
I knew he was coming, man. You know, I don't run from nobody.
I'm
All
here
right,
every
man.
Friday, E-Man.
I
Every
was
Friday.
I was always a fat kid. My daddy told me I was too fat to run. He said, you just got to fight, my friend, because you're too fat to be running.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for being here tonight. Listen, so tonight's show, Slave and Oppression Talk, is victimhood. There is no racism. I want to jump right into this thing. I think it's important to have this conversation. We'll start with Mandrell first, then we'll drop down to the bottom. Mandrell, what are your thoughts on the conversation tonight?
Slave and oppression talk is victimhood. There is no racism. Well, there definitely is racism. I mean, that's a fact, a provable and proven fact.
Mhm.
And I don't think it's something you're ever going to get away. You're going to ever get rid of. There's going to be racism against somebody, somewhere, at some time, at any given time. There is. Oppression. Well, I mean, that exists in the world too. Look at North Korea. Look right here in the United States. It was happening here for the vast majority of this country's existence since it was formed.
Right.
The vast majority of it, up until you can argue and say 40, 50 years ago, oppression was in place. You know what I mean? Because even during Jim Crow and the signing of the Civil Rights Movement and the Voter Rights Bill, there were still actual slaves on farms that didn't know they were slaves.
Mm.
Like the news, like Vice has caught up with these people and done interviews with them. Like for generations and generations, they lived on this land and no one knew. They never knew they were free. You know what I'm saying? So it's the wildest thing to imagine. But yeah, I mean, you can't argue with it. I mean, but at the same time, if you're one of us, I mean, you can't use that as an excuse either to not excel or at least come out okay. You know.
All right. I appreciate that, brother. Now I'm gonna get my brother E-Man in here. E-Man, what are your thoughts, man? There's a lot of people, including people of color. Black people are saying some men allude to the fact that slave and oppression talk is victimhood. It's the victim Olympics, and racism doesn't exist anymore.
So me and Mandrell, I don't know if you remember it. It was on this platform. We had a whole conversation about slavery.
Mhm.
And we're talking about the slavery still exists today. The reason that I think we should stop having slave talks. So when I say we need to stop having slave talks, I'm not saying we should teach our kids our history. That is not what I'm saying. But when slave talk comes up in almost every conversation, it's almost like being married. And imagine you did something, but your wife said she forgave you. And over again, she continued to throw it up and bring it up into your face. I believe part of forgiving the people who have oppressed Black people is to not keep bringing it up as a subject. So I'm not saying that slavery did not exist. That's not the point that I was trying to make. First of all races have participated in slavery at one time. And the reason that I was saying the things that I was saying is because I believe for us to move ahead, we're having adult conversations. I'm not talking because none of us are kids. When we're having adult conversations, we don't need to bring up slavery to give people reasons on why they're not winning in life. And that's why I don't participate in the slavery conversations typically.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Bennett in the house tonight. What's going on, my brother?
What's good?
E-Man. I mean, not E-Man. I'm sorry. Chaotic Truth. I just sent it to you, brother. Freezy, what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah.
On the topic of tonight and what you've heard so far from the other guys?
Okay, so slave and oppression talk, it can be victimhood, right? For Black people. If you're lazy and you don't get up off your ass and try to exceed in life, try to achieve anything.
Mm-hmm.
You're always sitting up under the tree with the other guys talking shit, your life's just passing you by, and you're always talking about what the white man did. I do agree. I mean, I do disagree with that type of conduct, but that doesn't make slavery and oppression less true. I just want to get that. I want to make sure we get that understanding, right? So I'm not for people using it as a crutch to say, hey, this is why I'm not exceeding in life. This is not why I'm not doing that. That's why I made a point last week to use myself as an example, because I have came from the dirt. You know, I've came from very from a very rough past. And so I do know, I little does E-Man know, I side with him when it comes to uh being lazy and using that our history as an excuse to stay where you are, to stay stagnant. I do agree with that, right? But what I don't agree with is when we're on panels like this. And let me tell you something. I don't, you know, I'm not going to discount what E-Man said, but I don't hear that a lot. Every now and then I'll be on panels and people talk about it, but people are going to naturally talk about it because it's a part of your history, right? We're Black people. You know, I'm not going to be shamed for bringing up slavery or oppression on any occasion. I'm not. You know, so basically I guess what to sum it up in a nutshell, because I know this is just the intro, but yeah, uh there racism is it exists 100%. I'm pretty, you know, and I the reason why I know it exists, I've experienced it numerous of times myself. I can't speak for every other man on the panel, but I myself have experienced it on numerous occasions. So I know it exists, right? But I just wanted to say that much, as far as because I didn't want people to get a misunderstanding of my premise about how I feel about slavery and oppression. Yes, I am pro Black people excelling in life. And I know that you're going to have to deal with races of all kinds to break different thresholds. I know this, and we have to learn how to deal with different races as well, right? So, like I said, I have white colleagues, I have Chinese, I have, you know, a lot of races of people in my circle that I, you know, try to get stuff done with. But at the same time, like I said before, even those people are going to respect my history, and I make sure they do, because I don't discount it on any level.
All right, appreciate that, man. Mr. Bennett, you just came in, so I don't know if you got a chance to hear any of the other guys' comments, but we had a conversation about 4 days ago, and I want to ask you, slave. When most people say slave and oppression, when we talk about it or we allude to it or bring it up, it's victimhood. And some alluded to in the Black community that that racism no longer exists. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Bennett?
Well, I think first on the victimhood thing, I think one thing I've learned since being in these spaces, anybody in any space will call themselves a victim at some point in time. So it's almost like you're making victimhood in and of itself meaningless, because the manosphere, they say they're victims. You got white people out there saying that they're victims. Everyone's a victim now. So I guess if everyone's a victim, then no one's a victim. So everyone takes that, and then they want to criticize someone else, saying, well, you're playing the victim Olympics game, when you'll go out there and you'll say your grievances also. So, it's, to me, it's just facts and history to me. So, it's like, you can call it what you will, but certainly, people are voicing their grievances in these spaces, and you can label any way you want. So I'm not to the point now where I really don't care anymore. But I did catch the tail end what Brother E-Man was saying earlier. He was talking about a marriage where, you did something wrong and your wife says that she forgives you, but then she keeps bringing it up. I think that's what I kind of heard as you were talking. And I think there's a reason for that. And the reason for that, why that happens, is because you haven't reconciled, right? Mm-hmm. I think when it comes to this, there's 3 levels here. There's forgiveness, there's restoration, and then there's reconciliation. Forgiveness, that's a selfish act. That's basically you letting go of anger towards someone else so that you can move on. Because if you're walking around with that unforgiveness, then you're messed up. Restoration tries to get things to the level where they were. But the problem is a lot of people stop there. So let's just get back together. But the problem is you don't, if you put things the way they were, then sometimes you build back what was with the same problems in it. The fault is still what it is in whatever it is that you restored. So a lot of times you have to do a reconciliation project that says, hey, forget what we did in the past. What do we need to do to go forward? And that's where the work is. I think that's where a lot of couples, just using E-Man's example, that's where a lot of couples go wrong. Sometimes you got to start over and just burn the thing down and then start over and build something new if you want something to go forward. Otherwise, you're going to be coming up on the same thing. So every time you guys get triggered into an argument, you bring up the past because you really haven't reconciled. That reconciliation that's when you go to counseling. Reconciliation is when you really put that work in, and you may have to change your lifestyle completely in order to really be able to move forward with something. So when it comes to this issue, I think certainly, America has apologized and has asked for forgiveness.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
Whatever that and I get it, but I'm going somewhere with that. I'm saying through the levels, America has not reconciled, and as long as there's not going to be true reconciliation, there was a wrong done. How can we make people whole, and how can we improve this situation? Until that takes place, then we're going to keep having the same argument over and over again, where we're going to bring up the legacy and the Jim Crow and everything that went along with that. But the facts are on the ground. There's 500 years of wealth that we're behind on, that we've been trying to catch up on. There's systematic, there's a lot of things that are still in place that does not leave a crutch or excuse for us not to be the best version of ourselves and to build the platforms either within our own community. A lot of people don't like that, but in our own community, or using the instruments that are available to us to improve ourselves. You can, both things can be true at the same time. And I really don't like this sort of dichotomy of like, we're going to live in the past with our grievances or move forward. No, you can do both at the same time. If anything, use it as a motivation to say, hey, based on what our ancestors went through and based on the sacrifices that they made, that this is a springboard for me to do better, that every generation should want the next generation to do better than themselves. So to me, it's a continuous journey. We're never going to come to a full stop. The work is always going to continue. And we may never get there, but the idea or the important thing is that we continue to march on and improve ourselves and be better versions of ourselves. So I think until this country decides to really reconcile, to really get down and say, all right, we need to do things differently. Until that happens, this is constantly going to be coming up, and nobody's going to be whole as a result of that.
So, Mr. Bennett, let me ask you a question, because you made a great point, because I'm on the opposite side. I know a lot of people might disagree with me. I believe America have tried to reconcile. Now, it might not be to everybody approval, but when we start talking about 40 acres in the move, what they tried to do, the things they tried to put in place was part of the to kind of reconcile the process, right? But looking at today in 2022, do you believe that America made any effort to be able to make things right with Black people?
Not true, because again, reconciliation is about what needs to be done, not what you try to do. 40 acres and a mule was brought in, but the compromise of 1877 removed it. Nobody got nothing. So we never got our 40 acres and a mule. That's the thing. Until you do that, and in whatever form you want to do in, that is not reconciliation. Attempting to do something, I'll try to do something, is not going to get us there. Reconciliation at the end of the day is a result, not a feeling, not an emotion or anything. It's about a result. There's been damage done. How can we do it? Why it's still going on? Why Mississippi and all these places can't have, or Flint, Michigan can't have pure drinking water? That's a legacy. So again, reconciliation is we need to get these pipes fixed. We need hundreds of years of infrastructure that has not been maintained. And we're seeing in these poor communities where a majority of Black people live, these things are not being up to date. Reconciliation is not about, oh, we're sorry and apologizing and we need to do better because of this. I heard the governor of Flint, Michigan, when all that stuff was going on. Yes, we need to fix this. No, it's still not fixed. So again, until you go in and do the work and deliver on what you promised that you were going to deliver. No, you cannot have reconciliation in any situation, not in a marriage or any relationship, or certainly what's going on here. So again, the intent was there, and it was the right thing to do, but they didn't follow through on it.
But
you can't deny that.
They did follow through on some things. Okay, once giving Black men the right to vote was a part of the reconciliation process, right? Go ahead, Black man.
No. I'm gonna let you finish. Oh, I thought I was muted. My bad. I said I thought I was muted. My bad. Go ahead.
No problem. So I can say, based off me following the track, because the difference is, I believe we can't change people, but as a country, we can change. Like, I can't force someone not to be racist anymore.
True.
Like, you can't force it. Like, I'm down here in Georgia. Trust me. Some people, they gonna die racist. That's just who they are. It is. But when I look back, I believe that America have put things in place to be able to make things right with Black people. The one thing that I love about last week, because I went back, anytime I'm on a show and I have a disagree with somebody, I go back and look at the show. And the one thing that I heard is Freezy last week was saying, hey, I can go out. He said, I was able to, I'm not broke. I can go out and be able to make as much money as I want to. And when I look at from slavery to now, I believe Black people have been given the opportunity to be able to do anything that they want in America. And that was the problem, that we couldn't. So do y'all believe that America haven't did anything since slavery?
I'm not saying they haven't done anything. But again, if you want to talk about reconciliation, it's about what's owed. If a court awards me a judgment of $10 million and you only pay me 2 of it, you still haven't fulfilled what was owed.
You still owe $8 million.
Right. So again, it's not, so have there been, have there been advances? Of course. Are we better now than we were, at least in terms of opportunities? I would say yes. But again, also when we're talking about these systems, I think everybody on this panel, I think, is exceptional. Everybody. I mean, it's you guys wouldn't be who you are, where you were, if you weren't exceptional. But I think a lot of times, and we live in these bubbles where we're kind of isolated from everything else that's going around us. Again, when you have Flint and when you have Jackson and when you have these areas where people who, again, look like us, and we might have even come from those areas, and if those things are still going on, that's still the debt that's owed. The floor is not the same, even though mentally we have the ability to do better and to go high. And history has shown that our community is based on exceptionalism. Our heroes have been people who bucked everything. But again, where the majority of the people are, is it where they should be? Not even to say, oh, well, compare us to people in a third world country or whatever. No, what should have been the floor? Because that is what we are owed. And so until that is done, until we're there, then no, we're still not where we need to be. But have they given us something? Yeah, they've given us something. I'll admit that.
Yeah, but the thing is, the problem is the something is the breadcrumb is the something that they gave was a breadcrumbs. But again, you never. I use this analogy. It's like America cooked a 4-course meal. You know what I'm saying? Left the dishes in the sink and told the dishes to clean themselves. Like, you made this huge mess. You made a huge mess. You did it, but you tell the mess to clean itself, but then you blame the mess for not cleaning itself up while the kitchen's dirty. And it's like, you put Black people in this position. You held them there, and now you blame them for it.
But Mandrell, can you agree? It don't matter what they do. It's still some Black people that's gonna say it's not enough.
But those are just 1 second. There's gonna be a few, E-Man, because you always have to leave a margin for error. You're gonna have a few, but if America were to do the right thing and honestly, and wholeheartedly do the right thing here, you won't have anywhere near as many complaining. Because then you're gonna have people like you and me saying, "Okay, dude, they did the right thing. Shut up." You know what I'm saying? I mean, because you and I, man, I'm quick to tell people, listen, if unless you know, you can't blame the white man for everything, all your woes in life. You know, no, you can't do that. There's too much low hanging fruit out here. Too many different ways to make money. Like now, you have no excuse to be broke now. There's too much out there, and too many different ways to make money. So I'm like, stop complaining, dude. I'm quick to tell people that, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I understand and I realize and understand, and I still hold that has America made black people whole? Nowhere near it. They have come nowhere close to doing the right thing when it comes to black people. Like in California, that family that California gave that beachfront property back to, it can't here. This just came out this week. They gave it back to their family on the condition that they sell it back to them. The state gave that family, did the right thing, gave them that land back under the condition that the family sells the land back to the state. And so now they sold the land because they had to. But it was a photo op.
They got money, but no wealth.
Right. There's no wealth. Yeah, right. And I was like, why the hell did they sell it? And I looked into it. It's like, that was a condition. That was one of the conditions. They had to sell it back to the state. That was, and I think that's crazy. Again, you haven't done the right thing. Everything is a half measure. Yeah, once you use half measures to fix anything, it never actually gets fixed.
It was a pacifier move.
Right.
Yeah, it was a pacifier move. But go ahead, Freezy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to levy back off of what Drelly was saying. This is what I was talking about last week, right? It's an obtuse residual effect that has been put upon us from slavery. You can tell from these type of conversations. Stockholm syndrome is a real thing. The white man has not given us nothing. Okay, they haven't given us nothing. I'm about to explain why I said that. How can you give me something that was rightfully mine in the first damn place? How can you give me something that you stole and you took away from me, and you didn't even give me everything back that you stole? But I'm supposed to be grateful that you gave me something back, that you gave me some type of dignity back, that you gave me an opportunity in a racial inequality system
to earn back what you stole.
Right.
I got to earn back what you stole from me.
Right. Exactly. But this is what I'm talking about. It's nothing against E-Man or anybody like E-Man. I'm trying to highlight and make people understand this is the effects of slavery when you think like that. Like black people in this nation, they don't even know who they are. We call each other black. We call each other black. Right?
We're walking around with brown skin for you.
Exactly. Every other what? Listen, me and my cousin had we had a disagreement about this same subject, and we was in Walmart, and I told him, watch this. I just stopped different white people in Walmart and I asked them, do you know your ancestry? Do you know where you're from? Like on both sides, your mother and your father? 100% of the time, they was telling me, they was running it off. Oh yeah, my grandfather's German, but he's from such and such town. They was giving me small towns where their family's from and everything, right? And so I was trying to tell my cousin, black people can't do that. Yeah, we always say, oh, we come from Africa. What part of Africa you come from? I mean, break it down to me.
So you said a lot of interesting things. So
hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. Hold on.
I'm sorry. Continue. My bad. I thought was just.
So I'm just trying to bring to the light when you say stuff like, haven't they reconciled, or haven't they given us this and that? No, they haven't gave me shit. They ain't gave me nothing. They gave me what I was supposed to have, which is freedom. God gave me that from the jump. You don't dictate freedom. You don't dictate what I'm supposed to have. But guess what? You're right, E-Man. This is the climate and the conditions upon which we have to deal with. And I'm not telling other black people to cry about it. No, I'm not. Get off your ass, just like Drelly said, and go to work, or get a business, get a trade. I wouldn't recommend going to college. That's another scam. But I'm just saying, do something. But I digress.
So since everybody did get in here, I see free Dusto came in. Good to see you, Dusto. K out of Truth just dropped in as well. Thank you for being here, fellas. I appreciate you. So the question would be to Dusto. Me and him have had these conversations in the back and on lives and on panels and so on and so forth. I'm gonna start with Dusto by asking this. Mr. Bennett made a great observation when he said that you have to make someone whole. And if you told me that you're going to give me $10 million and you give me $2 million, you haven't made me whole. If you go and get a loan at the bank and your house is $400,000 and you pay $200,000, go ahead and tell them you're not going to pay the rest of it and see what happens in 6 months. You got to make the bank whole. You got to make the loan whole. You have to give what's owed. So I want to start there with Dusto. Dusto, do you believe that when it comes to this particular subject, because slave and oppression talk is victimhood, there's no more racism, right? We have a lot of people that say that. Do you believe that if we were before the temperature of the world is right now, where it is right now, before this happened, before social media, before twerking, before all this other dumb stuff we see today, do you think if in that particular time when they promised the 40 acres and a mule, as Mr. Bennett alluded to, do you believe that more families would be whole today?
No clue at all. Honest answer.
Can I answer that then? Since he
I don't live in the woulda, coulda, shoulda. If this would have happened, if they people did, I don't know.
Okay. Well, the next question is, do you think they should make these families whole? From $1 trillion of free labor.
I don't think it'll fix the problem. I think, how to say it? There's one problem here, one problem there. The money and the oppression, whatever, you can't go back and fix. Here's a better way to put it. If the slavery and the mules was the problem, they can't go back and fix it, no matter how much money they give right now. That's just money going somewhere. And it's not going to be you can't make it what it was by doing something today. These people, us, we wasn't there. It wasn't us.
Right. Okay. So Dusto, yeah, right. I'll say the same thing. Freezy. But watch this. So Dusto, right now, if your mom is one of your grandparents still living?
No.
On either side. Okay. Just hypothetically speaking, your grandmother was still alive, and you found out as her grandson that your grandmother owned some property, and someone just came and just took it, put their name on it, their family name on it, and just took it. Mm-hmm. Right? What would you say to your grandmother if she told you every time she saw you, Dusto, they took my land, they stole it from me. It was mine. We worked for it. It was ours. I want my land back. I want it. It belongs to this family. It's supposed to be generational. What would you say to your grandmother?
Because one grandmother, it'd be whatever it is. The other grandmother, I'd tell her, you need to go check and call the people and attorneys and whatever, and go get whatever you can get.
Right, and I think that's what the 40 acres and a mule is. I think that concept, not just saying, we say 40 acres and a mule because that's what they said then, but now I think that when you work a person, I think because now Black men are considered lazy, right? We talk about that. Black men, Black people, period, are considered just lazy individuals. But for 300 years,
who considers them lazy?
No. When you see a lot of group, I'm not going to call anybody's names because I don't want to have a beef war that I have to win. But a lot of Black men sit on panels and call Black people lazy. They're worthless. They're this and that and others, right? And so when we say they're lazy, just think about it. And a lot of white people say that too. Black people, if they get off their asses and pull themselves up by the bootstraps, they'd be fine. Well, sir, maybe Generationally, they're tired because they worked 300 years for free and wasn't paid nothing. No. But listen, if your grandmother passed away, and hypothetically speaking, if she would have passed away when you know that information and you knew that land would have been yours, you mean to tell me you wouldn't go and fight for that land even though you didn't buy it?
Well, one grandmother, there's 52 cousins. No, I wouldn't fight for it.
Right. But I'm saying, do you think you should rightfully have it in your family? Is my question.
If she owned it, yes.
Okay. And if your grandmother was promised something or she was told something that she should have, and somebody played your grandmother and then give her what they promised they would give her, what would be your initial saying of that as well?
If I was talking to my grandmother or just in general?
Yeah, if she was owed something and nobody paid up.
Go talk to an attorney.
Okay, great. That's some great advice, right? So hold that thought. Chaotic Truth is in the house tonight. Chaotic Truth, what are your thoughts on what I know you've been watching the show from the back. What are your thoughts on the whole situation?
I've been in and out of different chats. So from what I'm gathering is,
be right back.
What's the actual question here, Black Men Unfiltered?
No problem. So tonight we're talking the show tonight. The topic is slave and oppression slave and oppression talk is victimhood.
Oh,
and there's no more racism. Racism does not exist.
Yeah, well, I'm a strong proponent of, and still to everybody on the chat and in the panel or on the panel. As I've always said, I am a strong proponent of Western civilization. I'm so glad that I live in America, and no, I don't believe that racism exists. And what I believe about slavery is the same with colonialism. I thank God every day that the white man came into Africa and colonized Africa. I'm so glad the white man explored the New World, frontier territory. I'm so glad that he conquered the natives here and civilized this country so that I can be here. And I'm so appreciative of my ancient ancestors having enslaved your ancient ancestors and the new world coming. I'm so appreciative of slavery. If it was not for slavery, I truly believe that we would still be living in mud huts in Africa, chucking spears at each other. And what I can say is this, I tell people, man, be proud, have pride in the fact that these events happen in history. Our ancestors failed us, and they failed us for quite some time. It was the white man who had vision. It was the white man who had the balls to go explore the oceans, to colonize and to conquer and to take resources and make and build things with that. So no, I tell people, don't have a victim mindset. You're not owed reparations. Your reparations are the fact that you speak this beautiful European language. Your reparations are the fact that you're able to enrich yourself in this beautiful white country, or these white countries that you all love living in. That is your reparations. You've already received your reparations. That's what I tell people. And I always tell people that on my show. You've already received your reparations. There are literally people fighting to get to this country. People who are dying to get over here. So the reparations is the idea that you can have freedoms here that you can't have in your native countries. That's anywhere. Anywhere that's not really been westernized. And if anybody's in the chat that's young and watching, get on your hands and knees every day and thank the founders for what they did. Thank them, because you literally would be living in a mud hut if it was not for them. Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
Freezy, you want to? Anybody want to? Yeah, go ahead.
I would say something. I hear that a lot.
Mm.
I hear that a lot of people are fighting to get to America, right? When I look at countries like England and not Europe and other places, Canada, even Africa, right? Those people have residence and they ain't worried about coming to America. It's this picture that people are painting that everybody's trying to fight to get to America, and that's just not true. And there's this documentary called What is a Woman? I don't know if you guys seen that before.
Yeah. Mhm.
But
I started watching it. I haven't finished it yet.
everybody should watch that. It's very interesting. But he actually took his documentary across seas to Africa, and he was chopping it up with some a tribe over there. He was telling them the condition in America as far as when it comes down to the gender problem and stuff, transgender problem and all that kind of stuff. And when they was talking to him, basically at the end of the conversation, he asked them, so after we had this talk, do you want to come to America? Do you want to move to America? Do you guys ever wish to move to America? And they just started laughing and said, no, we don't want to come. You know why they was laughing? Because in some societies, well, a lot of societies across the world, their most prized possession, I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's not their car, it's not their house, it's not their clothes. Guess what their most prized possession is? It's their kids. And they care about how their kids are conditioned. They care about how their kids are raised, right? If I never seen a Lamborghini before in my life, I'm not gonna miss it. Just because you have more just because it looks like you have more doesn't make it better necessarily. You can be content with something that you're used to. Now, I'm not knocking America, right? I made money in America. I'm not knocking America. All I'm saying is this, is that we have to be careful when we spew narratives that we should be grateful that the white man raped our great grandmothers and they, ran them through the ringer and, caused genocides amongst, African tribes or whatnot, because it afforded us to end up to where we are now. But who was the biggest benefactor of it all? Was it black people? Was it so-called black people? I mean, I'm just trying to get a hold on what Chaotic was saying, and salute to Chaotic. I rock with Chaotic, but I'm just saying. All I'm saying is this: we have to be careful when we look at things on a macro level, because there are more important things. When we have these discussions, I notice that a lot of emphasis are put on material things, monetary things. But we never take a deep dive into the psychology of the matter and into what really matters, which is our kids and stuff. If you're not going to admit that we're living in present day Babylon, just as well as I can say, or just as well as somebody can say highlight all the great things about America, there is a lot of bad shit about America too. We have to. And I'm gonna take a page out of E-Man's book. Let's stay fair and balanced. But I digress.
So before Chaotic Truth respond, Black Man Unfiltered asked a question earlier. He was saying, should my kids get what I'm owed, right? I look at it in this way, right? If I can die with hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt and my kids don't inherit that, by law, I can have hundreds, $200,000 worth of debt. My kids don't have to pay none of it. They say that's his debt. But when it comes down from a positive point, when we look at reparations, we feel like our kids should get all the positive things that they was on, but don't be accountable for the negative things that they grandparents own. It's typically those things that wasn't paid out. Say if my grandmother had, someone owed her $200,000, for example, typically I wouldn't get that because they didn't owe the family, they owed her. And that's just kind of how business is done in America.
Well, the issue with that one, E-Man, and the reason why people say that America still owes us this generation, even though we weren't the ones doing wrong that way, is because America still benefits from the work that Black people did for free. America still benefits from things that Black people did during Jim Crow. America still benefits from our labor. So that's why, if you're going to do it right, if you're going to do business the right way, if you're still benefiting, yeah, you still owe. It'd have been a different thing if we had a completely different system where nothing that was done in the past is relevant at all today. That would be a completely different story. And I would agree with you wholeheartedly on that. Oh, they don't know us shit. Like, they're not getting anything out of what we did back in the day. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That would make sense. But since America still to this day benefits from it, yeah, you're still benefiting. You're still getting some out of it. You still owe. I mean, if you're doing business the right way.
Right. And let me say this to you, Mandrell, you just made me think of something too. I appreciate you, Chaotic. I know you got to go.
Shout out to Chaotic Truth, by the way.
Yeah, appreciate you for coming in.
Oh, yeah. Well, how long you going to be live? Because I could come back if you're going to be live like 20, 30 more minutes.
Yeah, I'll be here. We'll be here.
All right, cool. I'll be back, guys. Yeah.
All right, no problem.
So I want to say this, just to give an example to everybody on the panel. I followed this story very closely, and it broke my heart. It really did break my heart. Aunt Jemima.
Oh, I know this story.
What was a slave, owned by slaves. She had some of the best cooking in the South, right? And a white man said, you know what? We can market that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put this Black woman's face on this stuff, this cornmeal, this food products, and we're gonna sell it. And guess what? That idea, she went along with it. That idea blew up. And to this day, they made billions and billions of dollars off of her face, her recipes,
and her likeness.
I think her family is owed that money. She never got a penny, guys. She never got anything. She showed up to take pictures. She showed up when they start selling her pancakes, and she never got a dime. And guess what? The kids went to court, guys. That's why I followed this story so closely. That's what I'm saying. Like, we get screwed over a lot. The kids went to court, just like Dusto said they should. And the judge says, no, we don't owe you anything, because we're not going to go back and retro back what we owe the family for using her likeness. However, moving forward, if they use her likeness, they would have to pay you a percentage of what the company makes, stock, money, everything. And a week later, they removed her from every product and put the Pearl Company on the front of it.
See, but I think that's where we stand on two different sides of it. Just because it was your idea doesn't mean that you're supposed to get paid from it from a business point of view. Like, if I go to Black Man Unfiltered, right? And Black Man Unfiltered got a good idea to do something. McDonald's is a good example. The McDonald brothers have a good idea. And we say, just because it was your idea, you are entitled to the business, what the business get, is wrong. Your idea is not what built it. Your recipe might be a good recipe, but it's not, you don't get all the labor and all the work that the business did, and you chose to give it away for free, especially if you chose that.
Well, man, I agree with that. I agree exactly with you.
It wasn't a choice. She was a slave.
It wasn't. Yeah, that's the thing with her. In her case, it wasn't her choice, and it wasn't even her idea. It was a white slave owner's idea. Since he liked her pancakes so much, he had her go out there and do all these things. And keep in mind, I mean, that the argument can't be made. They don't order anything because she was his property at the time. The argument can't be made there. It's fucked up. I admit that. But the argument can't be made. But
man, I want to go back to the example you just had about the debt thing. The difference is, again, just like what we're seeing here. We're seeing what is owed. Now, that debt that you're talking about that's canceled when you die, that's in the contract. That's negotiated. That is terms that have been agreed to when you sign the dotted line on the loan. So yeah, so now if you want to change the law and say, you would say, hey, if you die, then your kids who come after you are going to need to pay that debt. Then if that's negotiated, then that's going to be on the kids to pay the debt. Then they don't sign the dotted line. But the reparations, the 40 acres, again, that was agreed to. So in
And
both
just-
cases, we're talking about law. We're talking about what was owed, not based on what we feel is just or unjust, not based on some emotions. It was on paper. And so you can't compare then saying that, oh, well, people just want the good from today versus not taking the debt on. In both cases, it's about what was negotiated and what was settled on. And I'm saying that debt has not been settled. So I don't think you can use that example because, again, that is in the contract when you sign it, that debt will be eliminated when you die. So you can't use that.
Yeah, if my mom or dad still owed taxes on this house, if they owed $50,000 taxes on this house that I inherited, right? Let's just pretend I inherited a house that my mom and dad had. Am I still going to owe those taxes after they pass away? Can they still legally put a lien on my home? I'm saying I don't. You tell me, E man, because the way you painted this glorious picture, I'm gonna be free and clear once my parents pass away.
Not according to the IRS.
Let me answer that question.
Not according to the IRS.
Listen. You are free and clear. The house is not.
The house is not. Yeah, right. E-man's right.
I'm gonna be homeless.
Again,
I'm gonna be homeless.
That's
in the contract.
That's
the
what I'm saying. It's not about how we feel about it. It's about what's in the contract and what's in the terms when they sign the paper. So so if you inherit that house, you're still gonna have to pay the tax on that house.
But
what you sell the house to settle the debt.
But what E-man is neglecting is if I lose the house that I inherited, that's directly going to affect me too. We can't separate me from that.
But listen, we don't know the exact contract, but based off what I read, right, it says slaves. So if we look at the contract, slaves will get 40 acres in the move. It didn't say the descendants of slaves. It didn't say all your kids gonna get. So once those slaves die, when we say that contract was null and void.
No, it's not. Right, that's the problem. The problem is they never got the 40 acres in the mule.
1877 compromise that removed the troops out of the South, revoked all of that. And that was the beginning of the Jim Crow laws that came later. We never got it. So you can't say that, when they died, the land went back to the masters or whatever. That was never never
honored it in the first place.
Yeah, they never paid. So the thing is, they still owe a debt. So the only way to fulfill that debt is to pay the descendants. That's the only way to make that to honor that agreement. That's why black people today have a legit gripe when they say you still owe us reparations. It's a legit claim, E-man. Listen, E-man, I agree with you. I agree with you a lot, man. I really do. But on this one, if we're being honest, black people have a legitimate beef.
So what I get it. I'm not trying to say are they owed 40 acres or are they not owed 40 acres. I don't even know how we prove who are descendants for slavery and who are not descendants from slavery at this point because we're so mixed up. But the point that I want to make is this right here. Say they do give out 40 acres in the mule. How do we measure that? How do we, because we got the 40 acres in
It's
America.
been measured.
How can we say if a person's 50% black, 50% white, do they only get 20 acres? Like, how can that be measured?
Well, here's the thing. It's been, as far as the value of what is owed to African Americans in this country, that's been measured and calculated and quantified. The problem is that America owes black people more than America itself is worth. So that's the dilemma they run it. America, bottom line, America owes African Americans so much, E-man, they ain't got enough money. That's the big issue.
And then in business, Mandrell, you know this, if a company don't have enough money to pay their debt, they bankrupt and don't pay nothing.
Well, not in all cases. You still have, the thing is, not all cases, but the thing is, if they bankrupt, don't owe nothing, the government still come and seize their assets. They still come take your shit. Like, I mean, you owe the IRS money, They'll come and take all your stuff and freeze all your accounts until, you know what I'm saying? They'll take everything they got. Then they decide what they're going to give back to you.
This is what
That's,
I
you know
wanna
what I'm saying? But the thing is, you know, bottom line is, yeah, America's got a problem on their hands. Now, personally, do I think we're ever going to get do I think we're owed reparations? Yes, absolutely. Do I think we're ever going to get it? No.
Right.
We're not going to get it.
do.
Right.
This is what I
And-
want to know.
Go ahead,
And
go ahead, Freezer. Go
I'm
ahead.
asking this in all sincerity. Listen, I don't want no trouble, E-Man. Okay, but I'm just asking this in all sincerity. Why are you taking such an interest in representing and defending the white man? I'm saying when
That's
we
a
have these discussions, you kind of, you know, I understand you what is it called? You play devil's advocate, and I respect that, right? But what does it interest you, or how does it benefit you when you play the type of devil's advocate that defends the another race that put us in slavery and committed those atrocities?
That is a great question. The reason I do it is because I agree 100% with Mandrell. I don't believe black people will ever get it. If you keep focusing on something that you would never get, it's almost where you put yourself in a position where you're just talking in circles. If it was a real possibility in my mind that people can actually get reparations, I say let's focus on it, let's hire lawyers, let's move in that direction. But I feel like it doesn't give us power to move in a direction that is not attainable. So I think I'm more logical when it thinks of it. But if I really believe that I can't accomplish it, I'm not going to move in that direction. And that's why I tell business owners, does this make legal sense? Or does it make financial sense for you to move here? Or are you just trying to prove a point? And that's why I bring it up, because I don't think if they move in that direction, they will accomplish anything other than proving a point.
Well, I agree with you on the reparations. That if I was to bet on it, I don't think we're ever going to get it. That's just my standpoint. I totally agree with you on that. But along another note, okay, just like last weekend, we were just talking about history. We were talking about slavery, right? Why do you feel the need to be so fair and balanced to where you have to interject in a way where you make it known that, hey, black people had slaves too. A lot of black people had slaves. And this is why I'm asking this question. Last week, and this is kind of why I got ticked off last week. This is my frame of mind, right? When we're having these discussions, I'm thinking there just might be an 18-year-old kid watching our panel that doesn't know his history. And he's listening to Mr. Bennett talk about you know, the effects of slavery and our ancestry, and not just the bad, but the good things too. He's listening to Black Man Unfiltered or Mandrell, right? Then you come in, and I call it a monkey wrench, and just start emphasizing that a lot of black people had slaves too. So what I'm saying is that just in the case of you know, going back to the 18-year-old child watching this panel, do you think that's productive if somebody like you, not just putting the spotlight on you, but just using that as an example, do you think that's productive?
Yes.
Being that, hold on, let me finish. Being that from kindergarten, 99% of the history that we've learned already
A lie.
was a lie, and it was white history. So why if we have a collection of black men trying to educate not just the chat, but also people viewers that's ghost watching, and it might be an 18-year, it might be a 10-year-old kid watching Black Man Unfiltered. Why do you feel it necessary to say, oh, a lot of black people own slaves too. For one, which is not true. But why do you feel the need to interject that? Let's just say if that was true, the state of black people and what we've been thrown into as far as like the prison to school school to prison pipeline and all of the whitewashed history that we had to absorb. And we trying to play catch up, and we probably ain't even 5% to catching up to 100%. Why you want to throw us back with that type of? Can you answer that?
So
Yes, sir.
before, if I could put a pause just for a second, Eman, hold that thought. I want to say something me and Mandrell talked about on the phone. I was driving and me and Mandrell on the phone talking, having a conversation. And there's this white guy, this is why I don't understand the young people today when they talk stupid. There's this white guy, financial advisor, that's been around for about 30 years, 40 years doing financial services. And guess what he said? He said, to be honest with you guys, there's a small percentage of black men that make $100,000 a year. We agree. He said that it gets even smaller when it comes to millionaires and even smaller when it comes to billionaires. He said, don't you know that it would take the average man 200 years to catch up with a white man, period? He said, this is my financial brain, right? He said, and it would, and so if you go and dig, because like I look at, so like Dusto right now, he got his hand on his head. My thing is this: the thing that I don't like is that we as black people, we do good, and we can't understand that other people do bad. That's one of the things that get me. Like we'll see, we're doing good right now on this panel. We take care of our kids, we take care of our wives. We go to work every day. We pound it out, but then we don't understand. There's a man out there right now struggling, wanting to be where we at, and he ain't lazy.
It's a bubble.
Yeah,
that's the bubble I was talking about earlier.
Right, he's out he's got a goddamn lawnmower, and he's out trying to mow yards because he don't have a job right now. He's trying to work at the local Wendy's, right? But those are the people we don't appreciate, right? Right? I went to let me tell you this, man. I'm gonna let y'all cook. I went to a Burger King one day, and there was this black guy working in the Burger King. Much older guy, probably he a little bit older than me. And this is when the pandemic was going on. Yeah, this is when it was. I mean, in its genesis, this man was working that entire restaurant by himself. Right, but we don't appreciate those men that's making $15,000, $20,000, $18,000 a year. Right? They're trash. They're victims. Right? They're not on the level. Those men don't deserve to have a good woman. Right? Because they're not about this. However, when you see a trend of older women today, older women will say it was never the value. Let me tell you what my grandmama said. My grandmother said the value is not the finances of a man. The value is the legacy of a man. And Freezy, to allude to what you said, my grandmother said your legacy is in your children. She said you can die a millionaire and everybody at the funeral calling you an asshole. She said, but your legacy is what you leave behind. You can't take none of that money with you. You can't take your degrees with you. None of that. Your legacy is what you leave behind. Your children, how they responding. Are they able to take over a business? Are they good fathers? Are they good mothers? Are they good for the community? Are they manipulators? Are they deceivers? Are they thieves? Right? It's your legacy that you leave behind. So you can leave with $1 million in the bank account for your wife or $3 million for her to retire on, but half your kids in jail. 2 of your daughters got 3 baby daddies. Your legacy is your children.
Black man.
Can I ask
as a single man with no kids, huh?
As a what?
As a single man with no kids, huh?
What when it comes to what?
Okay, when I die, I don't care if they push me in a box or just leave me in the gutter. I don't care.
But I'm saying your legacy, like my grandfather.
What legacy? I don't care about that. I don't have one.
But okay, but listen, that's my point exactly. And that's the mindset that black men don't have no more. And I you know what, I think about this a lot. The men back in the day, they had to struggle a little bit harder. Like my grandfather, 80 years old, 90 years old, 95 years old. Go back 95 years. Dusto wouldn't be making what he making now, right? Black men had to struggle their ass out. And my grandfather was one of those men. And so when I say legacy, my grandfather left land, houses, property, all that. So now I don't have to worry about my children having to go through anything. If they hit a bad time, oh, I got this land here. I've got this rental property. When their mama died, they could pass along to their children. My grandfather left a huge legacy for his family. That's what I'm talking about. Legacy has nothing to do with how stylish I am, what kind of car I drive, the status of what I look like when I go out, the Gucci, the Louis. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It's about your family, your kids, your grandkids, your great grandkids, so on and so forth. And white people do it. White people do it.
We're all these mysterious rich white people.
Hold on, before we move it, I want to answer.
All making all this money.
I'm sorry, man. I ain't mean to long stroke you, brother. I'm sorry, you man. Go ahead, man.
No, so I want to answer Freezy question because this is the conversation I was trying to have last week, but it went north. And he's asking the great question. He's asking, why did I feel that I had to interject, for example, and say something that's so outrageous that, black people own slaves too? So first of all, I know that it's true. It's a true statement. I know people might not look at 3,000 people as a lot of people, but it's more than the norm. And the second reason is my whole objective, why I do devil advocate, regardless of how crazy this is. I don't want the conversation to become an echo chamber, and I want to protect the right that a person have the freedom of speech to say what they want because they live in America. Anytime we get to a point where we start taking away people's freedom to say what they want just because it doesn't paint someone's agenda, that's my strive.
Facts.
That's hello. My strive is to make sure that it don't matter how outrageous somebody is. It's their opinion. They have the right to say it, regardless if you disagree with it or not. And that is my whole purpose of playing devil's advocate, that they have that right because they are an American.
Okay, I don't have a problem with you playing devil's advocate. And no, 3,000 is a lot. 3,000 black slave owners is not compared to millions of white people. No, it's not a lot, percentage wise. But I want to say this: you don't think you feel you do have you have the freedom to say what you want to say. You're in America, but if you're going to interject that fact that black people had slaves, you don't think you have a responsibility to add context to that? Not just take it up, not just take it and throw it out there without any responsibility. But for one, most black people did not participate in chattel slavery. It's a difference. It's a difference, bro. Most black people that own slaves did not participate in chattel slavery. There's been slavery all across the world, but there's different types of slavery. Even the Bible talks about positive slavery. It's servitude, but what we know as slavery today is not what the Bible was talking about, right? People got to go home. People got to go home with their kids. Their wives wasn't getting raped. The kids wasn't getting taken advantage of, hung.
Right. I think that's the biggest part for me.
You have to add context when you say black people had slaves. You can't just throw it out there as if you're saying black people had slaves in the same fashion white people had slaves. This is why I said there are people watching this show, and if we're going to bring out information, we have a responsibility to add context.
So if I was on the panel, I would have added context, right? See, when you're in the chat, people don't understand that you're very limited on how much content you can actually add to it. Like, they only give you a certain amount of characters, right? The reason that when he dropped the link, the reason I was willing to come up is because I was willing to add context to what I was saying. And typically, when I say something crazy in the chat, if somebody dropped the link, I typically come in and elaborate on what I'm saying. And the idea, I get what you're saying. You're saying that based off what you know, the black slave owners treated white people better than the black slave owners.
No, what I'm saying is that black slave owners had black slaves as well. I agree with you. But they wasn't across the board, predominantly, they was not participating in chattel. It was not chattel when it came to black slave owners.
So, but a slave owner is a slave owner. I don't care if it's more.
No, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. Listen, we're slave. If you go to work right now, you're a slave. You're considered a slave.
Oh,
You're a slave right now if you go to work. Is that the same thing as chattel slavery? Trust me, I believe you would not choose chattel slavery over what you do now. That's if I'm just assuming if you have a 9 to 5.
My thing is like
servitude.
My thing is with this whole slavery stuff, right? Like, and I get it. Like, it's very important to know. But my thing is, in this day and age, why do we feel we still need to continue to have these conversations about slavery?
Okay, hold on. Let me address it.
Please. I was going to answer. But go ahead.
No. Let me address it. I'm gonna give it to you straight. This is gonna be the real. These are facts. I'm not playing no games. I'm not trolling you. This is a fact. It amazes me. Every year we carve out a day for the little hat people. They have museums. They can talk about everything that happened. You know what? I even took, because I like my kids to be outside the box. So I let my kids read a lot. Like, you can't get your phone until you read a couple of chapters of this book, right? I got to get you off the games, the phones, right? So I really get my kids out in the world and let them see different things. So we went to the Holocaust Museum in downtown Dallas. And when we walked in there, I wanted my kids to see, okay, this happened to another group of people as well, but I want you to see. So we went in and we watched, we looked at all the clothing from that time period. We looked at the shackles. We looked at some of the pictures of the people that hadn't ate and hadn't drank anything in days, and it was horrible. And I mean, it's very graphic. And so when you go, so they have this big theater, you walk in and you sit down on these little stools and you watch the videos. And they have some of the survivors from that. And one of the women said they would take all the women out of the houses and with their babies, and they would take the babies, and the soldiers would throw the women in a cage, and they would park them in front of this tower, and they would take all the babies, and each soldier would carry one of the babies, and they walk all the way up to the top of the tower, and they said they would hear something hitting the ground like claps. And she said those were the bodies of their newborns, babies hitting the ground. Right? She's able to tell that story. Nobody in that room says, oh, that's victim. Shit, they victims. I don't care if their babies got threw off no tower. That ain't got nothing to do with us right now. That ain't got nothing to do with us right now. This woman is a victim. Right? That don't exist. Why are we still talking about this? Right? Because let me say this, something that y'all cook. If it's scientifically proven that a mother who has been sexually assaulted or abused or had verbal abuse, physical abuse, mental abuse, or any kind of abuse, it's scientifically proven that she can pass it along to her children through birth. You mean to tell me all these generations of unhealed people that have been broken in every different area, women that have been raped? I'm trying not to say that. Women that have been sexually assaulted. You mean to tell me that's not passed down from one generation to the next generation to the next generation? Because you never address it. It was never addressed. It was always swept under the rug.
So I gotta go.
I understand that part, Black man. But my thing is, how can we move forward? We keep bringing up the past, and we keep up bringing up stuff that we never experienced. Like,
Rob, it doesn't matter if I didn't. Hold on, Rob. It doesn't matter if I. This is the point that this is the point that drives me nuts about us. Talking about forgetting about slavery.
I'm not saying that. No, but we shouldn't have to continue to have these conversations.
I got it. Hold on, stop, Black man. No, stop, Black man. You're missing it.
Man, Rob, listen, hold on. Because every time my grandmother's 89 years old, 89. When I go visit my grandmother, because I'm gonna go see her. When I go visit my grandmother, and my grandmother look at me and tell me these stories of hurt and pain she's been through, I'd be fucking stupid to look at my grandmother and say, get over that shit.
Real talk.
No one tells her. Also, Rob,
get over that shit. Stop talking about that shit.
Hold on, man. Let me reach Rob. Let me talk to Rob. Rob, number one, reason why we keep talking about it is because America won't let us forget. I went to Robert E. Lee High School. graduated from Robert E. Lee High School.
And you know who
Hold
Robert
on,
E. Lee is?
hold on. A domestic
Ask him,
terrorist.
ask
Like
him.
y'all taking it personal, bro. I just asked a question.
No, I'm not taking
No,
I'm not
no,
taking it personal. Let me land the plane.
The-
Let me land the plane.
The
Rob,
the name of
thing
the
is-
school is named after a guy that used to, we can't say it no more, Rob. So
we
I'm
know,
trying to find
we
other words
know. Let me
that essay little girls.
let me finish. Rob, everywhere all across the South and all of America, there's statues of Confederate generals, Confederate soldiers, and things of that nature. There's still Confederate memorabilia. If America was so we have to drive past that, and it's a daily reminder of what happened. America won't get over it, because if America wanted to get over it, that shit wouldn't be up. You go to Germany, you try to look for some Nazi paraphernalia.
Yeah. Oh, I thought
You try to look up some of that paraphernalia from that shit. The Germans do not play that shit. You come up there talking that Nazi talk. No, there's laws against it, dude. You go to jail. They actually went through the pains of getting over it. The same thing with South Africa with apartheid. They went through the pains. Yeah. They went through the pains of getting over it and actually getting over it together and reconciling. They went through that uncomfortable period. Both these countries went through that uncomfortable period of getting over it. America, they still have statues and monuments of these people who are honestly enemies of the United States.
Yeah.
They rebelled against the United States. They were enemies to the United States of America, and there's statues of them. And they also own slaves. There's statues of them. The Edmund Pettus Bridge, the guy who started the Ku Klux Klan. You can go drive over that bridge right now. They never changed the name.
His name's still on it.
They never changed the name.
Exactly.
His name is plastered right over there.
They remind you every day.
So there's daily reminders of this stuff. So America, so what it tells some black people is that no, remember your place. That's what it says. So now to you of the younger generation, you're not really, your mind, you're not even really on that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you guys aren't. Right. You know what I'm saying? And I don't blame you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the good part is that it won't hold you back. You know what I'm saying? The pain of knowing that happened to your ancestors won't hold you back. That's the good part about it, Rob. But to answer your question, the reason why we keep talking about it is because there's daily reminders of it, and America still profits off of the labor and the pain of black people of old.
And you know what fucked me up, Mandrea? I'll drive my kids to Houston to visit my brother. And you look over to the left, it's 100-foot statue. I'm not bull. This is not no exaggeration. That's 100-foot fucking Dust don't know. That's 100-foot statue of Sam Houston.
Actually, I don't know. I'm glad I don't.
Oh, okay,
well,
okay.
Look, the college is named after him. Don't forget the college is right there is named after him.
Yeah. Sam Houston. Sam Houston, 100-foot statue of Sam Houston is right there. My kids say, Daddy, who is that man? Let me explain to you, kids.
Right. And the thing is, our rival school is Jefferson Davis. You know what I'm saying? Our rival high school was Jefferson Davis. So there's daily reminders of this nonsense, Rob.
Okay,
that America has up.
Look, the reason why I asked that question, I'm not even saying that we shouldn't know our history, none of that shit. But when I hear black folks, particularly when we talk about slavery, they always feel like they use that as an excuse every time why we're not where we at now.
I get it. Yeah, everyone on this panel has agreed that you can't use that as an excuse to not excel or be successful.
But the more we keep talking about that shit, we don't even know that shit bring us back.
Well, that's Rob. Rob. That's why I would disagree with you some, and I definitely
agree with Rob.
No, you can't agree with Rob because I talk about
using
the every day. They don't pull me down.
I think it's not about the history. It's about what we do with it. Jews use it as a motivating, uniting factor,
exactly,
to advance their culture, their people, and their society.
Exactly.
We do not.
Exactly.
So it's almost like we're saying we can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
Exactly.
Where again, the mission is to progress forward.
Exactly.
Use this history as a reminder to us. Well, that's what it should be. Not to say that do people use it as a crutch? There's some who do.
That's fair.
No one on this panel is advocating that.
And it could be some Jews.
What we're saying is use that the fact that your grandparents and the people who came after had to struggle so much, and that you are in a better position than they were. That should be the motivation for you to advance yourself, your family, your people, your culture forward. If you don't like the culture that you're in, and another reason why we're talking about this is because we're talking about the current state of Black culture, which a lot of people in these spaces is saying is trash and all these things, all the dysfunction in the Black community that we talk about today, not 400 years ago, what we're talking about today. And we're asking ourselves, and we having these panels and discussions on what is happening. And like I mentioned earlier, Flint, Michigan, and Jackson, Mississippi, is also tied to 400 years ago. So again, so there are present conditions and situations that are affected by that trauma that we went through. So it's not an excuse not to advance. It should be a motive. It should give a fire in your belly. I tell my girls every day, I better not hear you screwing up. For everything that even just your mom, we don't come from money. None of our families graduated from college. And here you guys are going to college basically on virtually free. I mean, what we put in place for you, the opportunities that you have. So I don't tolerate sucking your thumbs for my kids, but they still need to know.
And I respect that, Mr. Bennett. And I really do. But I'm saying it's not a lot of us think how you think.
But that's why these spaces are here. And the great thing about it, that's why you could be here. That's why you, especially you're younger than us. So again, so you can also carry the conversation forward. We're not saying live in the past or wallow in it or play victim. And like I said, the victim thing is overblown because everybody's a victim in these spaces. Everybody. White conservatives are victims. LGBTQ is a victim. Everybody's a victim in these spaces. So let's not stop playing this game of this victim Olympics, because everyone at some point is going to call themselves a victim of something.
Mr. Bennett, you said something, though, when you said Jackson, Mississippi and Flint, Michigan is tied to that. Let me tell you why. I agree with you 100%. When Hurricane Katrina happened, when I was back in Louisiana, guys, and Hurricane Katrina happened, when Hurricane Katrina happened, the 9th Ward, the 5th Ward, the 3rd Ward, all the urban areas and where Black people live happened to be underwater for a substantial amount of time. But over there on the other side, where all the mansions were, the NFL players stayed, all that clear, beautiful, no water, no nothing. If you guys ever watched the documentary Spike Lee did, you'll see, well, I went there with my father, but you actually see that that was on purpose. They actually set that up for that water to go back down in those wards instead of going up into the upper areas of where they make their money in the city and all this, like Flint, Michigan. I bet you $1 million right now, if you went to Beverly Hills and that fucking water was like it is in Flint, it wouldn't be like that for 10 days. If
that's capitalism, that's capitalism and classism, not racism.
So wait a minute, hold on. But why is it only one group of people suffering from water? These kids, hold on. Some of these kids are. That's why I take it so serious, because I'm so deep into it. These kids are drinking poison water. It's affecting their brains. It's affecting their mobility. It's affecting their skin. It's affecting. They have to boil their fucking what? They have to boil their water. What are we talking about?
Black man. Flint has poor white people also.
Yeah, I was about to say they have a lot of
poor minority or majority.
It's not. It's really to me. I've been down there. It's pretty. It's probably 50-50 at least.
Okay.
And those white people are poor.
Okay. I'll give you that. But let me tell you somewhere I've been. New Orleans, of course. That's
hold on. New Orleans.
No, New Orleans.
There are poor white. There are poor. Not that many, but there are broke. Those
how come their neighborhoods ain't underwater? How come their neighborhoods ain't underwater?
Right, exactly.
How come their neighborhoods don't have? How come their neighborhoods don't have poison water? How come their neighborhoods went underwater when those levees broke? And how come their neighborhoods don't have poison water?
Exactly. Come on, Andrea. I mean, I really want to hear that.
If race has nothing to do with it, and you guys look, and you get wait, if race have nothing to do with it. Explain why every single time a tragedy happens, and it's because, oh well, it's just circumstances, coincidence. No, this looks fucking suspicious. You got to at least admit that.
My conclusion is this:
Every
Right.
time, Dusto? I can see some of the times. I would give you that.
Okay,
Because, you know,
man,
I'm looking for a reason for me to be wrong here. And I'm just not
Okay.
finding it.
Oh, okay. All right. Everybody who has jacked up, we're all black on this panel, right? Everybody black?
Yeah,
Raise your hand if you got drinking water.
I am drinking water.
Huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
But Dusto, you can't. Dusto, I'm not gonna let you do it.
Poisonous.
No, Dusto, I'm not gonna let you do it because
Here we go again.
No, Dusto, I'm not gonna let you do it because I'm from the gutter. And I'm telling you, from living in the gutter with my mom and my dad driving trucks and struggling, I'm telling you that our fucking water, when I was in Louisiana, when I was a kid, I remember our fucking water coming out the fucking sink brown, our neighbor brown, over here brown. And then when I go to my white friend house, football player that I play with, I go to his house, it's fucking water white. That's what the fuck is going on here. This water clear, my shit brown. What the fuck is going on? So let me give you, I'm gonna say this. I swear to God,
I'm gonna kill this argument, but go ahead.
I get too passionate about this shit. Jackson, Mississippi is 98% black. They have no fucking water. They're boiling water. They're taking they're taking baths with bottled water right now. The whole city. It takes $1 billion fucking to fix that system. And y'all let Brett Favre steal $75 million and sweep that under the rug. But you motherfuckers can't allocate $75 million of that money to help Jackson, Mississippi fix their water crisis. Get the fuck.
Hey, black man. I'm from this. I'm black. I'm from this rare town called Chesapeake, Virginia. 30-something% black. Zero poverty neighborhoods. And in 1992, 93, the only reason I even understand about the water was when bottled water became a thing that you buy from the store. If you lived in Chesapeake, the water was declared unsafe. Chesapeake, more white than black, no bad neighborhoods in the whole city. You can't drink the water. It's been declared unsafe. E. coli, bacterias, and even miscarriages being caused. But every time we got this is my thing against the slavery talk and the victims. Because when it goes into the subconscious mind, into the mind, everything is white and black. Can't even see anything else around it. Black. Somebody got hit by a truck. Black. Somebody drove the truck. White. To the point where we can't just, can we just go eat a sandwich? What color is the sandwich?
But I don't want to do it. But dude, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something I heard the old man say.
No, hold on. This was y'all's example about the water.
But what I'm saying is, though, I heard
slavery to Chesapeake's water.
Dude, I heard a pastor say this. I'm trying to think of his name. I took pictures with him. He's a real world-renowned pastor. Obama's pastor. Fuck. Anyway, I heard him say something that was very profound. He said, if you remain ignorant about important things that go on around you,
Pastor Wright.
Yep, you're gonna stay ignorant.
Jeremiah Wright.
Yeah, Jeremiah Wright. Absolutely. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay ignorant.
Okay, but right. Okay, stay all right, stay
ignorant.
Okay, that's right. But stay ignorant. Stay ignorant, right? So when my daughter comes to me, because you don't have children, so let me invite you to the parenthood real quick. My daughter come to me and say, Daddy, watch this, Freezy. My daughter came to me. I wish she was in here right now. I prove my point very much so. My daughter came to me, she had a piece of paper. She said, Daddy, look what we're doing at school. I said, okay, baby, what you got? I pulled out the paper, and guess what the paper said, Freezy?
What's that?
On this day, so many years ago, the Indians and the colonists came in on a boat. And they got off the boat and they found the Native Americans and they hugged them and embraced them and loved them. And I'm reading this shit like, what the fuck? They hugged them, they embraced them. And my daughter said, Daddy, are there Indian people like that around here now that, that are friends with a lot of people, blah, blah, blah. And then she said, Daddy, I thought you said this. She started questioning me. Daddy, I thought you said that it was a violent story. Now, what I look like in telling my daughter, remain ignorant. I'm not telling you the true story.
Right. Just allow them to be conditioned. Allow
that bullshit.
Right.
My daughter came home. My daughter actually thought the Indians and the Pilgrims sat down and ate together and went to the mall shopping for shoes together. That's the fuck shit. That's what my fucking kids think. That's what they was thinking. I had to sit them down and tell them, no,
Black
that's
man,
not true.
I don't know what happened with the Indians and Pilgrims.
Me either.
I don't know. I don't care.
Boy, I cannot sit around and not know knowledge, bro. I feed off knowledge. I gotta
Some
have
knowledge. There's some
So,
knowledge
I
I'm
just
better
gotta
off
have
not
it, bro.
knowing.
Everything. I just gotta have it. I can't sit around and not know nothing. I read shit. I probably right now read 8 books a month, and while I'm doing this and take care of kids and a family, I have to be doing something to keep my brain fresh. I can't just sit around and not know nothing.
No, I'm just saying it's a regular thing where somebody doesn't have something and something is. So most of it is, I say 90-something% classism and other things. Bunch of organizations and greed, and it's a bunch of good and evil. There's a very small percentage of racism and racial effects where they say, your skin color, I was going to get you. That is very small.
Okay.
And a lot of those people are so weak.
Mm-hmm.
Just no.
How
Let me ask you this.
how can you
Hold
how
on.
wait? He
Let me
says
ask
it's
you
very
this.
small.
Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
Go ahead, Rob.
Let me ask you this, right? Because we want to talk about racism, right?
Yeah.
If black people, from what I've been told it since I was a child, I'm pretty sure all of y'all have too, that black people so strong, you know, we this and that. If we so damn strong, why do we give a fuck about racism?
Oh.
I got an answer. I always
Why?
got an answer.
Why we so
Now,
damn
hold
strong?
up. Why
but
can we
still
forget
fucking
that we're
care
kings
about
and
racism?
queens when
Let me
when
tell y'all something. Racism ain't
go
going
ahead.
fucking where.
So don't talk about it at all. Is what y'all suggesting.
No, I'm saying it's either if we're kings and queens and superior people and all that stuff, which I don't believe. We
Right.
superior.
Black people is nothing. Right. Based on
Oh,
y'all. If somebody,
superior.
hold on, but if
Take it
somebody didn't know
personal,
you
black
right
man.
now,
Don't take
Dusto,
it
if somebody
personal.
didn't know you, Dusto, right now, they would think that you were anti-black.
If I don't do what they say, they're gonna say I'm anti-black anyway.
Okay, cool.
Am I
Go ahead,
wrong?
Rob.
If I don't say everything that they want at that particular time, I'm the white coon and all them other things, and I love white women, and because I didn't do what they asked or give them something for free.
Okay. So,
I can't speak. I don't know what their problem is.
Right. So go ahead, Rob, because we ain't got Hink in here yet. So go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, right, like for racism, and I said this on the last show. I don't give a fuck about racism, just the fact because racism is not stopping me from doing anything. At the end of the day, racism ain't gonna stop me from getting this money. Ain't gonna stop me from being a dad. Ain't gonna stop me from doing anything. Especially when I talk about racism, shit, we racist to each other. Guess who? We want to talk about how white folks killing us and all this other shit. Guess what? Who else killing us? Us. Guess who's killing our babies? Us. Guess who's killing our women? Us. Do you want me to fucking scream around here is talking about some racism shit? Every time a cop kill a black person, I'm supposed to raise my fist? Man, nah.
Okay, that's fine. You're young and you have and you probably have never ever experienced racism.
I have, bro, but I'm not gonna let that shit hold me back. I'm not gonna be.
Who said it's holding you back? Rob. Who said it's? Hold on, man. But I got to tell Rob this. I'm gonna let Hink in here. Rob, let me tell you what I did. Me and my son.
He also has a very good point too, black man.
Hold on.
I want to know about Chesapeake's water.
But you're not listen. Just listen, guys, because I'm saying like I grew up in the South, and if y'all didn't grow up in the South, y'all come from these northern places. Y'all can have that shit.
Hold up.
I guarantee you right now, neither one.
I want to know about Chesapeake's water.
Justo, if you and your mama you and your mom and dad grew up in Mississippi, your ass will be talking different. I guarantee.
No, and plus to speak on Chesapeake's water, that was a marketing ploy to get people to buy bottled water.
Exactly.
Because when it first came out, it didn't go over so well. People were like, why the fuck would I buy water out of a bottle when I got it coming out the tap?
Now, let me tell you what happened, Rob.
But people still bathed in it.
Right.
You still took showers and baths in that same dirty, unsafe water.
Right.
But you just couldn't drink it.
Now, Rob, they were targeting the blacks, right?
Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened, Rob.
That was the marketing strategy there.
Let me tell you what happens, because I heard somebody say this too. Somebody says we never concentrate on the thing that's affecting us the most until it affects us the most. Now watch this. I was driving my truck, right? This is when I had the Suburban, Chevrolet Suburban. I love Chevys, guys. The trucks, not the cars. They trash. I'm driving my Suburban. I bought a custom trailer. And I'm pulling the trailer home. And I'm driving. You can't drive like a damn speed demon with that big ass trailer on the back. So I'm driving a sensible amount of me and my son talking. I said, oh, damn. All right, let me let him by. No, he waving me down. Stop. As soon as he got out the truck, they asked me my name, they asked me for my license, they asked me my insurance. He said, "Sir, can you step out of the vehicle? It's been reported that a trailer like this has been stolen, and we think this is the trailer." I said, "Well, because I know my rights. First of all, I'm not getting out the truck. My son's over here, so we're gonna act like we got some sense today." He put his hand on his gun. He said, "Get out the truck." So I looked down, and at that moment, I was younger, guys. I was younger, so forgive my stupidity. I looked down, I said, "Well, 2 people might die today." Because I looked down on my door, my 9 sitting right there. I'm not putting up with this today. So if we're going to shoot each other, we're going to shoot each other. Fuck it. Right? But the next thing he said to me is what fucked me up. I said, "Sir, I just bought this trailer. Here's my paperwork." He looked at my paperwork. I said, "So why would you blame me for something, sir? You don't have any evidence." He said, "Well, I just, you know how y'all is. Y'all will pull up and just pull off anything when you can't afford it." My son's sitting right there in the passenger side. I wish I could bring my son in right now. My son started crying because the man had his hand on his gun the whole time, like he wanted to blow my brains out. He said, "Our kind can't afford nothing like this." So he stopped me because he thought I stole it. So I stepped out the truck. And as soon as I stepped out the truck and he seen this big old nigga, guess what he said? "Can I get a car over here? Can I get a car over here? Nah, I'm gonna get a car." Then they come pulling up on me. I said, what you call all your people for?" "Oh no, I felt like you were being a threat." My son's still sitting in the truck. That's not racism? When he told me people like me can't afford nothing as nice as that trailer on the back of my truck? That's not racism? Do you know how much anger was going through my blood right then? I want to choke this motherfucker within an inch of his life. But I know if I make the wrong move, I'm dead. My son may get shot. He be dead too. But that's not racism. I've experienced it. I've experienced being called a boy. I've experienced being told, "Shut up." I've experienced my grandmother saying, "Look down. Don't look at the white people, because if you look at them, that upsets them."
I'm not saying, but black man, I think you're taking it like we're saying that racism is not real. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it shouldn't even affect. It shouldn't even. We shouldn't even care about it.
That's not true.
So Rob,
We
if that
shouldn't
happened,
care
hold on,
about
Rob. So if you're in the car with your beautiful children, and the officer did that in front of your daughter, and he said that to you, what would you have done? Well, I mean, how would you have felt?
I would have felt.
Yeah, in front of your daughter.
I've been in that situation. Just don't have any daughter, don't have any kids.
I probably.
I'm not gonna let it
Would
affect
I
me.
feel terrible about it? Would I feel some type of way? Of course. You know what I'm saying? What I would do, I would just have that conversation with my daughter. What's going on? Keep it real. But at the end of the day, regardless how I feel, and regardless how my daughter feel, my wife feel, you know what we're gonna do? Well, no, what we're gonna continue to do? Move forward. We're not gonna
Absolutely.
fucking pout and moan about it.
And that's what I'm not. And that's what I'm saying, Rob. That's what I'm trying to
Rob,
get you to
keep going
understand.
back to that same trope, and I'm asking you seriously, who on this panel,
Right?
and just to be honest, no one has said that. So it's almost like you have this idea of this is what we're doing,
right?
And no one is advocating that. And as you said earlier, if my point of view seemed different than what other people are doing, and again, these spaces we're trying to create to have a dialogue that advances us forward. Right. So again, it seems like you keep going back to this. Oh, this is holding us back or whatever, or just forget about it because it holds us back, or to remember it, even like as Black Man said earlier, Jews retell their history, the good, bad, and the ugly all the time, and it doesn't stop them one bit. So why do you keep going back, or why do you keep defaulting to the position that
me and Rob should be able to have our opinion?
Because you gotta understand, bro. I have these conversations every day. I don't have it. You gotta think about it. Just because y'all think in a certain way, the majority of us don't think in a certain way. A lot of people use this shit for excuses, bro. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that we shouldn't know our history. I'm not even saying racism is not real. Racism is very real. But come on now, as people, right? As strong individuals, we should find ways to move forward and stop always bringing about some shit in the past or bring about racism, because a lot of people use that shit as excuses.
You just went back to it again.
So a lot of people use it as excuses. You want to talk about the majority of people use it as excuses.
Now you know, when I tell you something, Rob,
it's a dialogue, and our voices should matter.
But right, you're right. It should matter. But watch
But
this.
it's no
But when it's
But they
falsehoods,
don't. Me and Rob's voices have been canceled.
It has been, but
you
you
know,
know what?
Y'all
What
are
I'm
canceling our
Let me
what
ask
voices.
you
I
something
what
this.
I am cancel what I am
no,
trying to
it's
cancel
not
again
canceled.
is this mindset that says to talk about the past means we cannot move forward. I'm canceling that. That's what I'm trying to cancel. I'm saying we
But
can
Mr.
do
Bennett,
both at the same time.
But I want. Can I ask?
But you
Right.
guys seem to be going back to that same trope.
But I
no,
want.
because
I
we're
want.
being
Hold on.
canceled.
Hold on.
Because
I don't
there's
want.
so
That's the
much
reason.
more that we
I
need
don't
to
want your
work
voice
on
to
as
be
a
canceled.
people.
I don't want you to feel
There's
like your
so
voice
much
being
more we got to
canceled.
work on
No,
You're
people.
canceling our voices.
No, I don't
You're
want you. I
canceling
don't.
everything.
I don't want you to feel like your voices are being canceled. But a lot of people right now are saying this is stupid, right? A lot of people are saying it's stupid not to care about where you came from. That's
That's
stupid.
not what I said.
I never say that.
Like I said, when you don't tell people what they want to hear, they get
It's not.
triggered.
It's
That's
not what we
crazy.
want to
Now,
hear.
food
But
and
hold on,
all
hold
the
on.
other
But
stuff.
Dusto, you can't go tell a woman how to feel after she's been sexually assaulted if you've never been sexually assaulted.
Then why
You
are
can't
6
tell
people
me.
trying to tell me how to feel?
I'm not telling you how to feel. I'm just telling you from what I've seen. I grew up in the hood. You said you grew up in a nice neighborhood. I did not. I heard
You know
gunshots.
what's funny?
I heard it every day. I
And I
grew up in
told
the
you
shit.
about the same
You know
water
what's funny?
situation
You know
and you
what's funny?
dismissed it. You canceled it.
You know
Okay,
what's
hold on.
funny?
Let me ask you and Rob a question and y'all can cook. My question is this. I want y'all to do me a favor. I want y'all to find one platform of our Jewish brothers and sisters
No.
saying what y'all saying about they shouldn't talk about it.
You know what's funny? You know what?
You won't find not one.
I won't look for one.
You know what?
But
You know
black
what's
man,
funny
here's
about
my
this is
point.
my problem about black
Go ahead,
people.
Rob.
You know what's funny? Because we could come on this, we could be on this platform, or we could be on YouTube. We could talk about women all day. You know what I'm saying? Talk about problems that we have, the issues that we have with women, all this other stuff. Then when women call us names, what we say? Oh, they just mad because we taking we calling out their bullshit. They don't know how to take accountability. But when it comes to having a conversation about black folks, it's not the same energy. It's not the same energy.
But we're not staying on topic. We're not staying on task because
no.
It is on
the
task.
task was to cancel me and Rob. That was the task.
Okay, Dusto. Okay, if you feel that way, that's fine. You feel that way. I just told you it wasn't that way, but you can feel the way you want to feel. What I'm saying to you is, overall, we're not saying, oh, we have the energy for the women, but we have energy for kind of. No, we do understand. That's what I'm saying. That's what Cat Freezy was trying to say the other night. We understand that there's problems in our community or our culture. There are huge issues. However, the thing that puts the weight on my back is that we talk on black crime. Just like you just alluded to, Rob, you said black folks killing each other, we killing our babies, we killing this.
Messed up. It should affect us.
It's true.
It is. We're killing our babies.
Right, I agree.
We're killing our women. We're killing each other.
I agree.
just had my cousin bury.
I didn't even get to that part.
I agree.
Hold on. My cousin just buried his best friend. He's 17 years old. His other best friend killed him.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with that. However, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Rob. What I'm saying is, when it comes to the black crime and all that stuff, yes, that is absolutely 100% true. But watch this. When I watch the news or CNN or read the news, guess what they say? Black on black crime is at an all-time high.
I don't watch the
Wait
news.
a minute. Niggas killing niggas. White folks are definitely killing white folks. Mexicans are definitely killing Mexicans, but they spotlight black people. They spotlight us.
May I speak on this real quick? No, it's not just an accident point. It's a damn fact. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I look at crime statistics at work. The majority of white people that are in prison in California are in prison because they committed a crime against another white person. Whether they did a homicide, they killed them, they embezzled money out of them. White people do crime on white people when you live close proximity. You have Asian gang task forces in California because you have Asian gangs that prey on Asian people because they know the culture. They know that the elders will leave their money in the house for good luck and all these sort of things. Every group attacks each other when they live in close proximity. I think the problem is because of the fact that they say that black people, quote unquote, are 13% of the population. And so they always will say that we disproportionately are harming each other. How can we be harming each other at high numbers if we're only 13% of the population. And then people will make the argument, well, white people are a larger percent of the population, but they're not committing as much crime as us. That's not true. I've said this before on your platform, and I've done it on my platform. All you got to do is look at the latest FBI statistics. And overall, we do lead. We do have a problem, and I have to agree with Rob. We do have a problem with harming ourselves, and I've talked about that on my show many times. We do have a serious problem there that we need to address. However, when you look at overall crime, when it comes to domestic violence, harming children, and I'm going to say the R word and all those sort of things like that, white America leads in all these different types. Commercial burglary, there's a lot of crimes that they lead in. Most of the white guys, and I look at their records, and when I counsel these guys, a lot of them are in prison because they actually deleted somebody. You got a lot of black men in prison, actually more so because they did a drug transaction, or they absconded when they were on parole, came back in for some marijuana or some cocaine or something of that nature. It's not always because they actually took the life or deleted another black man. Now, that does happen, but in California, we imprison more people than anybody, and I see raw numbers. So our problem is the homicide. We're at around 51%. White folks are somewhere in there between 46, somewhere in there, but still we're still leading in that area. But there are social economics, there's social issues and ramifications around that. If you go back and you look at, I know Mr. Bennett knows this very well. If you look at black people when we were living in places like Detroit, Cleveland, Ohio, all those cannery type cities or industrial type cities, when black people, when there were jobs and there were high employment and opportunities, you had low crime. It wasn't until drugs came in and you had, unfortunately, black people selling drugs to one another, lack of jobs and opportunities, that spiked up crime. This is why Detroit is the way it is, and in various places like Flint, Michigan. There's some other elements that we need to recognize. Should black men and black people, black women, should we use racism as a trope around our neck to say, hey, because of this, it holds me back? No, we don't use it as an excuse. We simply recognize that there are certain things in society that we as black men and black women have to sometimes jump over hurdles, because sometimes there are things that are put in place in our way. For example, 50, I think it's somewhere between 50%, somewhere in there, when black people try to go for a bank loan to expand their already existent business, a business that's already exists, to expand it, to get a bank loan. I think white people only get turned down by 25%. Black people are somewhere around the 50% being turned down for bank loans to expand their already existing business. So there are some disproportionate, unfortunate situations that happen to us. We just recognize that these are things that can happen, but you don't wake up and say, I can't make it. You know, I don't raise my child and say, because of your color, you can't make it, but you make your kids aware. It's just like when those of you who have sons, if you have sons, don't tell me that you haven't had that conversation with your son or even a daughter and say, if you get stopped by the police, these are things that you may need to do due to these circumstances. It doesn't make it right. So that's an example of saying, I'm not going to let stuff hold me back, because I'm still going to get in my car and go drive somewhere. But I am aware that there are police out there, not all, but there's some that may profile me. That's a fact of life. That can't be argued or debated on this panel tonight. Those are facts. But do I let it hold me back? No, I still go out and do what I have to do. So, but I think this is the problem I want to say here. You know, for those, I don't know how many brothers on the panel have lived in international cities. I've lived in San Francisco. I've been around Cambodians, Chinese, lots of Jewish people. And to be quite honest, I know people, you were having this discussion, but to be quite honest, other groups, they don't make the race issue as big a deal as black people do. And this is why. because most of these other groups, they weren't born here. A lot of them were immigrants, or they immigrated over, and they came over with their culture, their language, and everything intact. You in China, and you have Chinatown. Chinese people have Chinese schools, so they don't, racism doesn't faze them, because they know that on Sunday or Saturday their Chinese child's going to Chinese school, and they're gonna circumventilate all the bullshit that they learned in the traditional, schools. So they don't spend a lot of time focusing on racism. They figure, they just simply realize that it does exist, and we're going to go out here and win in this society. Economically, they're going to send their kids to school. They fight the system by educating themselves and using education as a weapon against the system. Black people, unfortunately, because of our history in this society, and I don't have to repeat all this to you all, you know this, we have a different circumstances. We were stripped of language and culture. Why do you think black people are running around the day saying, I'm Muslim, I'm Hebrew Israelite, I'm a Moor? Because we were stripped of so many elements of knowing who we are, which has had an effect on us. I gotta be honest, other communities, whether it be other communities, they don't get targeted. And I grew up in a rough neighborhood like you, Black Man Unfiltered. Other groups, and I lived in San Francisco, and San Francisco is segregated by people's race, different communities. They don't get profiled and targeted the way we do. And I grew up seeing this. Even if you're a black man and you got a suit on and you're educated, you can still be profiled because they may feel that you don't belong in this neighborhood, right? But that doesn't mean that you just use that as to say, I can't make it because these are possibilities. Jewish people teach their kids one important thing, and we see it every day in society. They have a word, never, never again. Their kids grow up, and I know people that were Jewish that told me these sort of things, and they repeat this to their kids, never, never, never again. That's why if we were to get on their channel right now and use certain epithets that Jewish people don't like, guess how long it would take for your channel to be shut down? In a minute. We saw what they did to Kanye West, right? Because they have a philosophy that we never forget our history, and if you try to punch us down, we're gonna eliminate you. So when we see black people on YouTube, and we're all guilty of it, and we get into debates and arguments, and we use the N-word towards each other, how often do you hear other groups of other race use derogatory terms towards each other that were used as a form of oppression against them, and turn around and tell you and me it's a word it's a brotherly word now, it's a loving word now? You'll never see other groups use those words as a loving word. And I'm not going to say those words. They never, and I'm not saying this, I'm not punching down on black people here, because I understand why we use the N-word sometimes. I get it. But you don't often see other ethnic groups use ethnic slurs and make it cool. And that's a problem that we're going to have to deal with ourselves. I'm going to stop there.
All right, now I'm going to get Hank in here, and then I'm going to go back to Dusto, because Dusto keeps saying that he's being canceled.
Oh, no, I don't want to see him canceled.
Because he feel like,
and then he put canceled.
He feel like he's being canceled because we disagree with him.
He put canceled on his description.
So basically, if I disagree with my brother, he feel like he's being canceled. Okay, cool.
I'll join him.
So Hank, go ahead, man. What's your thought?
He's a victim.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
a victim. Yep, they go victimhood right now.
Like I said, everybody's a victim. Everybody.
Yeah.
Victim number one right here.
Yep, there you go. I'm canceled. I can't speak. See what I'm talking about?
Rob is oppressed. I'm canceled. I mean,
what you got for us, Hank?
Rough.
Go ahead, Hank.
I say fuck Dusto's feelings and Rob's feelings. I don't give a shit about that.
What? Say it again, Hank.
Fuck their feelings. God damn, this ain't no cancel culture here, baby. You ain't been canceled. I'm just telling you, fuck your feelings, Dusto. I love you. Rob, fuck your feelings. I love you. Nonetheless.
It's all good with me.
I'm proving that we're canceled.
Hey, man, look here. Guys, we got to be honest. You know, racism still exists. Regardless if it's racism against us or some other ethnic group, racism still exists. So as long as it exists, we got to deal with it. You know, do we have to adjust and adapt? Yeah, we all have to adjust and adapt. I promise all of y'all, even with your great credit scores, you're not gonna be able to go in there and get certain loans that other people can't get.
Thank you, Hank. Thank you.
You're selling your home, they will lowball you just because.
That just came out
not
too long ago.
Yep. My future wife, you know, she's about to move from Dallas to here. We dealing with that right now. It's appraised at 400-some-thousand. They trying to lower it down to 275. I'll be damned. We're not taking a fucking hit.
Right.
So you take every black shit out of your house. Take all your sorority pictures and all that bullshit up out of your house. I don't give a damn what the realtor said. Make it look like somebody living. No, make this house look like it's a goddamn abandoned.
Right.
They going to the bar.
Do y'all remember, Hank? I'm glad you said that. Do you remember there was a case? I think it happened either 2 years ago. There was a black woman married to a white man. They were trying to sell the home. People would go in the home and they weren't buying the home, and they were lowballing them. You know why? Because in the home they had, they tell you should never do. They had pictures up, and the pictures was the black child and her, and they couldn't sell the home. They were getting below price rates. Check this out. This is a damn shame. They took all the pictures that were of black people, the black child, her, and he put all his pictures of his grandparents and his white side of the family, hung them up in the room. They did it as a test. Come to find out, they got a higher offer and they were able to sell the home. That's a perfect example based on what Hank is saying right now. And that didn't happen 100 years ago. That happened in 2021. I know, Dusto, you're saying that we're crying, we're whining, that we can't, the white man's holding us back. I know how you feel.
No, I didn't get the 6 words out. So, I mean, I'm the one that's being held back.
To that point, information man, actually, the current head of HUD, she was on CNN a few months back and acknowledged. So that's not an isolated incident. She actually came out and admitted that is something that has been systematic, and that's something that they have to deal with. She came out publicly and confessed that is happening. In those similar cases where the same house, same everything, if you think the person is white, the price of the house automatically goes up. So this has been acknowledged by HUD.
Wow.
That this happens.
So Dusto, what are your thoughts?
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, I've been canceled.
We love you, bro. Stop it.
Here's the deal: before they come and shut me down and kick me.
Oh, come on, Dusto. Come on, man.
Hey, stop all that victim Olympics, man. Go on, say what you got to say, man.
Whoa. Now, here's the deal. I never said racism didn't exist, but people blow stuff all up to the point where they worried about racism. Oh man, back in the ocean in Arizona. Oh man, in Montana. Oh, this one dude. Okay. And then you find out he peed on the white dude's car. No, but they got him anyway. The overkill and the over to the point where, man, that dude over there is white. Watch yourself. No. Just no.
Okay.
1800, 2000, whatever, all these years, I don't know what happened. And the more they try to stuff it in my brain, like, look, you look on my board, you can't see it. Those are goals. That's a plan. Stuff to get done in 2023. Ain't no white man on. You got nothing to do with no white man. What happened in 258 years ago. I'm gonna get it done.
All right.
And I'm probably better off not knowing all this. Man, you know what happened last week in Kentucky? Man, there was this one dude. No. Have I experienced racism? Yes. What did I do? When? I got pulled over by the cop. Same situation as you, Black, except I don't have a kid. Coming from where? College. Going to print some papers. Officer appears. Let me see your license and registration. Huh? Let me see your license and registration. Okay. Don't move. I see a hand go back here. But how long am I keep dwelling on that? The rest of my life? You know what I did? My solution? I graduated. And I make more than that officer does. That's my solution. How many times have I had an officer actually look out for me that was white? I was 9 years old. I called the police for the first time. 9. He could have done anything. What did he do? He was there an hour and a half. Sweep the house, call back, all this because I thought I saw somebody was breaking in, trying to open the back door. Was there 45 minutes. waited on my sister, then my brother, then called my parents, then waited on my parents, everything. So I'm supposed to forget about all the good stuff and only focus. They're going to get us, man. You know what happened in 1326? I actually know white people. I actually know their culture. I know some Asians. I know their culture. When you really go and have a conversation and see how they really live, you find out, hold on, all this stuff they're talking, this ain't true. The white community you can't do. What white community? They tear each other down faster than black people do. It's not as violent. It's the evil versus good, and it doesn't matter what color it is. That's the biggest battle. There's a small population of white people, and some of them have power. Some of them are Hispanic. Some of them are black. Some of them are Jays. Some of them are. That's just what it's going to be. Make a decision to win. I made my decision. That's all I got.
Now, I'm going to ask a question to you, Dusto, before we let Rob cook and let Freezy in here. So one day, God's going to bless you with some beautiful children, Dusto. I'm hoping that he does. And when he does, are you going to homeschool your children, or are you going to allow them to go to public schools?
I know too much about school to send them and drop them off at them. I know too much.
So you're going to homeschool them?
I'll come up with a solution.
Yeah.
But this, you're talking to a single dude with no kids.
Okay. So okay.
I will come up with a solution.
No, right. Now, one of the, I like this guy sometimes I don't. It all depends on what he's talking about. Everybody familiar with Jay-Z, right? Jay-Z said he had an experience when Prince passed away. Because him and Beyonce, well, they're billionaires now. But when Prince passed away, Prince left his music to Jay-Z. But the record company said no, he doesn't have rights to Prince's music. So Jay-Z came up with a song, and it's called The Story of OJ. And OJ said what he learned in trying to get those rights to that music. I pulled the lyrics up, and this is what he said. This is a billionaire. He says, "You can be a light nigga, a dark nigga, a real nigga, rich nigga, poor nigga, house nigga, field nigga. In they eyes, you just still a nigga." And then he went down a little bit further. He talked about what happened with Prince and how Prince, he said, he said Prince told him, why would I want the masters to have my masters? This is Jay-Z talking about his situation with Prince. Now, I ain't followed the case. I don't know information, man. You may have more information than I have. But Prince left this music to this man. Them white folks just told him, nigga, I don't give a damn what Prince left you. That music, but that catalog, that Prince catalog and all that music that's in that vault, that belongs to us. But Prince ain't been signed to a record label in 15 years.
Right, because
it's interesting that an entertainer, storyteller, who makes most of his money off of those same people, you got to make, are they devils? Or if they're so bad, why are you making, how did you become a billionaire off of them?
Well, they won't give them the right. Yeah,
no, what happened, Dusto, is that when Prince started his career out, when he was not that big, he has a saying called it's a contract. The contracts are nothing but it's a con game. We've seen this happen with Motown artists and all alike. So he basically was a young artist, signed a bad contract to a certain extent. Warner Brothers, whoever, they had control of his masters. He had been fighting for years, as you may know, to get control of his masters, just like Michael Jackson. He did eventually get his masters. Remember when he changed his name to The Symbol and people thought that Prince was going crazy? He did that. He did that because he could not use the name Prince.
Slave on his jaw, on his
right, because he didn't own they owned the rights to the name, so he was not going to make any money to enrich them further than he already has, because he was trying to get out of the contract or be more independent. So,
go ahead.
No. I mean, that's really what happened, and it's not just Prince. This happens to a number of musical art. A lot of people don't know that Michael Jackson owned a lot of catalogs, not only the Beatles, but he owned a lot of stuff. He owned a lot of, I think, Mariah Carey, Kenny Rogers. A lot of people actually, and this is going to sound conspiracy, a lot of people actually benefited from Michael Jackson being deleted because he basically owned the music business. People didn't know about that.
So how do you explain LaFace? How do you explain P. Diddy? How do you explain 3 6? Those deals are way worse.
I'm not arguing that, Dusty. You asked the question about Prince.
Everything that goes wrong, it was a white man's fault. I don't understand.
Did I say anything about a white man? I said Warner Brothers. Now, if Warner Brothers happens to be owned by people that are white, then so be it is.
It's the little hat people. That
but it's not like black people coming from his era own the music industry in terms of, the industry itself. We were just making the music.
Right.
So because Jay-Z went out and made a dumb nigger song, that was the truth. And
No. It's just,
no.
You missed the point, Dusto.
No.
You missed the point, Dusto. The point that I was making is the fact that even though he's a billionaire, those white people are telling him, nigga, you still a nigga to us. Nigga, you can't come in here and make no goddamn demands. We don't give a fuck what you signed with Prince.
How did he become a billionaire? Who bought all this stuff?
I understand. I'm not talking about his money. I'm talking about the fact that Prince, a no longer here dead artist, signed all his music over to Jay-Z. And the white people and the white executives and the people of that company said, we don't give a damn if Prince gave you those masters or not. That is our shit, and you not getting it. Period, nigga.
So you're telling me if I go talk to 100 people, I make $100,000 off on white.com. Then I go to pick up the check in the lobby, somebody says, sorry, dark blacker. You're closed. Then all of a sudden, the whole world is against me. And everybody's, what are we doing?
Hold on, Dusto. You make good money right now, right? Say for instance, you make great money right now. Say for instance, Black Men Unfiltered Network blows up to 20 million subscribers. And I die tomorrow, and they go look at my paperwork, and I left this network to you. And you and me and you already had this discussion. Anything happened to me, it belongs to you. And then as soon as you go to take over, somebody that you don't even fucking know come out the blue and say, shit, that don't belong to you, that belongs to me. That's my shit.
And white people don't
YouTube comes out the blue and says, it's our shit now.
It's our shit now.
Are white artists, because when something bad, we got to tie it to white. Are white people doing this to the same white artists? Is Britney Spears owned to no measure by her label?
By her daddy.
Well, her daddy is the one that really screwed her over.
Bad.
I don't even know the whole story, but
yeah.
But see, then
whatever that had that perv dude that they signed the deal. But somehow we always got to tie it to black.
Well, this is the thing, though, Dusty. It does happen to white artists as well. Well, I mean, Dusto. Sorry, Dusto. And I didn't say that because I was trying to be, funny. I just, it just slipped out that way. But anyway, listen. I'll just say this to you, Dusto. Dusto's the proper word. Would you agree or disagree with me that other artists that are not black do get ripped off in the music industry? Because the music industry was built by the mob. You know that, don't you? Just like boxing and everything else, right? It came out of the out of the streets. Right, people, right? So what I'm saying to you is black people in the industry of music overall have been cheated out of money 10 times, 20 times more than any other groups. Historically, going all the way, you can go all the way back to the first blues singers who got ripped off. We're talking about the old school blues singers who started it. Muddy Waters. When you go back and look at how they recorded his music, they have ripped black people of our creativity going all the way back to damn near dinosaur age. I'm gonna stop right there. Now, Dusto, can you argue and debate me that is not a historical fact? Because it is, brother. And there's tons of videos and movies and documents to prove it out. So you can't debate that, sir.
Okay, so why is it going on right now? And why is it, even what's going on right now, of all races, and the blacks agrees and blacks with the worst deals, that it always got to tie back to white man Johnny?
Well, actually, black artists today, the newer generation, because they're getting good lawyers, they're actually doing better than the groups in the past. Now, remember Tribe Called Quest? We all loved them growing up.
Yeah.
When they were hitting on all cylinders with their music. Do you know that Q-Tip said that song, those albums were selling millions of dollars because they signed a bad contract? And you know what? He said he was still sleeping on his mother's living room floor, and they all got $30,000 a piece out of an album that sold millions, and they realized that they had signed bad contract. So I'm saying the artists today are not making the same mistakes as artists in the past, but it has happened historically.
Same thing with NWA. Ice Cube said, bullshit, y'all can get fucked. I'm not. Shit, Ice Cube said, y'all can get fucked. I ain't getting fucked. So at the end of the day, man.
After Rob goes, I just want to maybe take the conversation in a different direction. I just want to
absolutely. Rob, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I wanted to say something after Rob too.
Okay, that's right. And then after Breezy, then we'll
that's fine.
Yeah, I'll mute up.
Well, I ain't got too much to say. First off, I don't care. I don't think I'm getting canceled. I just want to say that.
I love you, twin.
All right. You hear me?
I love you, twin.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I love all y'all, man. Come on, man. I love y'all. It's all love. But look, that's my thing is, and I really think y'all brothers, you know what I'm saying, when we have these conversations in a good place, I could tell you care. You know, and I'm not knocking that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, like you said, Freezy, maybe I have to do a better job, you know, keep things in context, you know. But when I have these conversations, people, you know, they want to call me names and all type of shit. But I don't care. But at the end of the day, when I have conversations with like most black people, you know, I don't get the same energy I get from y'all. That's all I'm saying. You know, a lot of people, they use it as an excuse. And I'm tired of the excuse because it's opportunities for us to really, you know what I'm saying, make some type of changes, bro. It really is, you know. So like you said, use slavery, racism as motivation, but we can't continue to use it as an excuse, you know what I'm saying? We can't keep, every time something happens, we want to point fingers, and a lot of us do that, you know what I'm saying?
But
so that's all I'm saying.
Rob, would you agree or disagree that there are situations where, as a black man or a black woman, where black people are legitimately being either profiled or experiencing some form of prejudice, and then when we speak out, it's a true fact? And of course, there are some, like you said, who may use it as an excuse for whatever they're not doing. I do believe that does happen in certain instances, but can we make a definitive statement here tonight that every black person that says the word is actually making it up, when we know that there's a lot going on in society still where people are being, you see this, like, for example, Rob, on a job. Tell me if you've experienced this, brother. What I've noticed, even in my own work capacity, if you are an intelligent black man and you speak with authority, you know what you're talking about, sometimes people will say, you seem like an angry black man, or he speaks a little with passion, right? So when black men have deep voices, like Hank's got a deep voice, right? Sometimes people see black men with a deep voice, that masculine energy, as we're hostile. Because they really, and I know, Rob, you may not like what I'm going to say here, they really want black people to be like Step and Fetch It, those Step and Fetch It movies where we're talking down and our head is down and, oh, master, they really don't like to see black men really in a commanding position. If a white man speaks with authority, he's seen as courageous. He's seen as authority. He's seen as the authority, right? But when black men do it, and you see it on jobs, it's part of the bias. Sometimes people label us. Now, I'm not saying you're supposed to walk around and say, hey, they're going to label me on this job. But can you agree or disagree that there are certain unique things that do tend to happen to black people in general, just in the American society that we're living in, and maybe even globally. Yeah, globally. That is a reality. And it ain't just a black person complaining about something that's not real.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. And I have experienced some things like that. But my thing is that, don't have that bring you down. Like, we should find ways to move forward. Learn from that experience. How can you adapt from this experience? What will you do moving forward? Some things that we gotta ask yourself. We gotta ask each other questions when we go through shit like this.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
It's really difficult sometimes to have these conversations, because I'm glad having this conversation with y'all, because it's very peaceful. What I'm saying? I appreciate that question for me.
Let me say something to you, Rob. I had to pull one of the other supervisors at my job. I had to pull him to the side the other day because I told him, "Hey, listen, okay, the first time I smiled with you, the second time I looked at you, the third time we may have some may have to shake loose. Let me tell you why. I just got a truck, real big, nice truck, black. Mandrell seen it, motherfucker, nice. It's a bad boy, Silverado 1500 crew cab with the black rims, just a big black beast coming down the road, right?
Mm.
And I pull up to the job, and that motherfucker,
big black beast.
I pull up in that motherfucker. I'm in there, it's banging too, radio, and that motherfucker banging. It feel like Jesus in there playing the drum. And so I pull up, and so all the ladies at my job was like, "Oh, that truck is nice on lunch. Can we all go look in it?" I said, "I don't care. We can go out there and look." I opened it up. They looking in it. "Oh, this is nice. Oh my God. Oh, this was expensive." I said, "Okay, baby, that's fine. That's fine." So here he go. He's a hater. White man. He white dude. He a hater. Let me tell you what he said. Hey man, they was like, "Man, that truck is nice." So everything got quiet. This is what he said. I bet he had to take out a second mortgage to afford it.
Oh.
Wow.
So I let him have that. I let him have it. I said, "Oh," I let him have it. I said, "Okay, I'm gonna remain professional. I'm gonna keep myself professional." Then the next day, it was cold as shit outside, but I don't never wear a jacket because I just don't like jackets. So I come in the door. One of the other guys over there was like, "Hey man, why you don't have no jacket on? It's freezing outside." This motherfucker said he can't afford one. He just bought a truck.
Ooh.
So I said, and so I told my wife about it. I said, "Baby, let me tell you what's happening." She said, "Go to HR." And I said, "Mm-mm." I said, "Watch this." I said, "Hey, can I holler at you for a second, boy? For a second?" He said, "Yeah, what's going on?" I said, "Listen, man. The first time I repeated the first time I laughed with you. The second time I looked at you. I said, the third time we're going to have to make something change." I said, don't say nothing else about my finances. Now I said, if you want me to help you buy shocks for your truck, all you have to do is say so. He said, "Are you trying to be funny?" I said, "I thought you were trying to be funny. I thought we was having a joke."
Mm-hmm.
When you come in the parking lot, it sounds like Optimus Prime is standing up, turning into a damn robot. When you drive into the parking lot, I don't understand what's going on. You're a grown man. Can you get no shocks for your truck? So my thing is, you a hater, and every day is something. It's something. He has to say some little old piece of shit to me, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stay professional. But I had to tell him, and since then he don't talk to me. He turned his nose up at me. That's fine, bro. But I had to pull him to the side to let him know I'm not gonna go to no HR and be like, "Oh my God." No, I'll pull him to the side. "Hey man, listen, bro. This is what it is, and this is what it ain't gonna be. And if you either respect it or you don't." And I ain't had no problems ever since. He been quiet. Yes. See, so sometimes you have to check that shit.
Babe, before you go on to the next person, I gotta ask Information Man one question.
Yeah, go ahead. Then we get Freeze, and then go to what Mr. Bennett was gonna say.
So I got a question for you, Info Man. Now, will you agree? That the reason why a person like me would speak this way, or Dusto, I don't want to speak for Dusto, but a guy like E-Man, right, will speak this way, right, because they disappointed. They've been disappointed because, let me tell you something, I used to be one of them pro-blacks and all that other shit, right? You know what I'm saying? But it been times where, damn, I would really get disappointed because I'd be like, damn, people ain't really about this. Like, niggas is capping out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so Do you agree? Like a lot of time we hear people like myself speak this way. It's coming from
Well,
disappointment.
I think that it could be some of that, but I also got to keep this in mind, Rob. Rob, do you mind me asking you, if you don't mind, how old are you?
I'm 31.
All right, so you were born. What I think it also comes from is that we got some intergenerational issues too. Some of us grew up at, based on your age and experience, that is going to actually give you your outlook on life, right? Would you agree with that, Brother Rob?
Yes, I agree.
And so what I noticed, I think you're part of the millennial generation, if I'm not mistaken. I noticed that the younger generations, or the millennials and the Z generation, you guys see things differently because you're being exposed to more opportunities. You're being exposed to more resources.
True.
And responsibility. You're getting more access to things that is shaping how you see your worldview. So you're going to school with more people of different races that are treating you a little bit different than maybe in the before, depending on the relationships. So you guys see things differently. Where maybe some of us older folks, or older people older, I think the younger generation see us as holding on to a relic. And you guys are saying, hey, you guys are holding on to this shit, saying that, that racism is going to hold us back. And millennials like yourself, you guys feel that sky's the goddamn limit. We can do anything we want. In some ways, that's actually good that you guys have that mentality, that you're not going to let anything hold you back. No barriers, right? It is good. But this is what I've said before, and don't take this as a disrespect. This is just my opinion. Millennials that I've been around, in my opinion, one of your weak points in general is that you guys don't have a frame of reference, meaning your understanding of history in a way some of us who might have lived a little bit longer and had these experiences that you're not having the same will shape your view. So I might have experienced some things from my time that you're not experiencing any at all, that I experienced. And someone older than me, I'm 53, someone much older than me on this panel may have experienced something that's different. My father and my mother went to segregated schools. I'm a Generation Xer, one of the first generations to be able to go to a school that was not necessarily segregated, right? So our experiences are different and our outlook is different. And I think that's what shapes some of these opinions. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, Rob, brother Rob.
So no. Hey, that kind of makes sense. So what do you feel like young people like myself need to do moving forward then?
No, I just think don't look at history as a crutch. And one of the mistakes that we make is we say we are descendants of slaves. No, we are descendants of enslaved people. We weren't born slaves, they were enslaved, right? I just think recognize history, recognize that, use it as what the brother said tonight, use it as the motivation to say, never again. I'm not that. We're going to elevate, and I'm going to elevate my children, right? But always just remember, that's all. We're not saying you're supposed to sit up here and say everything is racism. No, not everything is racism, but at the same time, shit is racism, brother. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I respect it. I respect that.
So,
yeah,
that's. I want to hear from other people.
Freezy, I think you were going to go now.
Go ahead, Freezy, and then after Freezy, Mr. Bennett will go ahead and go with what he had to say. Go ahead, Freezy.
Okay, man, this conversation, the way it's flowing, I think this conversation has been very, very. I think it's been excellent, and what I've noticed, the difference between the mindset of people like Rob and Dusto versus the rest of us on the panel, right? I'm hearing that Rob and Dusto, they're thinking more on a individual level, as far as, each man should, strive to achieve his own individual success. And I'm learning that there's two ways to look at this, and I'm learning the mindsets and why people think the way they do, right? And me, Dusto doesn't even believe that there's a black community anymore. Okay. But me, I feel like this. I think Mandrill feel the same way, but
Yeah, there isn't.
Yeah, but I feel like this. In order to elevate black people
It's
as a
true.
whole, in order to elevate black people as a whole, because I care about black people as a whole, right?
Right.
In order to for us to elevate as a whole, we have to think on a collective level, not an individual level. Each
No.
one of us can achieve goals and stuff individually and be successful individually, but we've learned from even celebrities and big CEOs and stuff of company, black CEOs and stuff, that's not going to change the dynamics of the black community as a whole. It's not.
Might I respond?
LeBron,
go ahead.
Yeah, LeBron
We got
James,
Mr. Bentley here first, but go ahead.
LeBron James himself is not, just achieving the feats that he's achieved is not going to radically change the state of Black America. No, the only thing that's going to change the state of Black America is what we're doing now, bringing knowledge and awareness to, bringing social and racial awareness to our, to us. You're pertaining to our history and stuff. I want to note this too. Most black men and women in America aren't thugs and gangsters. I feel like we need to stress that. Most black people, men and women in America, are not thugs and gangsters. They are upstanding citizens, either 9-to-5 jobs or entrepreneurs. Okay, they take there's a study that's taken every year, right, of the statistics of all the wrongfully convicted felons, convicted prisoners in America. 65 on an average, 65% of wrongfully convicted prisoners, inmates, turns out to be Black Americans. Why? Why?
Fact. I can second that what he's saying. That emotion. Facts.
Why is that? If racism is not a real thing, listen, you're telling me 65% we only make up 13% of the nation. You're telling me 65% of wrongfully convicted inmates are of that 13%? That's ridiculous. I didn't say convicted, I said wrongfully convicted. That means they were innocent of those crimes. And so we have to understand this. The blueprint of Jay-Z, listen, I take my hat off to Jay-Z and any other entertainer or whatever, that has achieved that amount of success. But we have to learn that we have to ask ourselves this question: is that the true meaning of success? They just did. They just came out with a documentary, a movie about Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston deleted herself. Why would she delete herself and she got all that money and success? It's because that's not true success. Knowledge of self is true success. That's what true success is. The truth, knowing the truth is true success. Going forward with this type of information, going forward with the truth, harnessing the truth is true success, right? So I just want to double down that racism is real, but you know what else is real, black man?
Yeah.
Internalized racism. Internalized racism is real as well. And what scholars have discovered, right? They've linked internalized racism with narcissism. You know what they have in common? The people that possess those characteristics very seldomly admit that they have those characteristics.
Exactly.
They don't even know they got it. Right? So we have to hone in on these variables in order to elevate our community. I'm one to believe that we still do have a community. Listen, we talked about, Information Man talked about the Nation of Islam, Hebrew Israelites. Listen, everybody might not agree with these guys, their way of life and their culture. But one positive thing I can say, they have a real community.
Yep.
They really do. Listen. Let's talk about the Hebrew Israelites, right? And I'm almost done. I'm gonna pass it on to brother Bennett. Those guys are listed on the top 10 extremists in America. From the what's that Jewish organization, ADL? They're listed as one of the top 10 extremist groups in America. Why? Why? Ask yourself why. They're not going out and hanging or lynching people just like the KKK used to do or still doing right now. They're not doing that. They're not out there committing crimes. All they're doing is teaching the Bible. That's it. Why are they listed as one of the top 10 extremist groups in America? You know why? Because they're giving out the truth, or what they feel is the truth, right? All they're doing is dispersing information. That's all they're doing. That's it. But it's a reason why they're listed as these groups are listed as the one of the top 10 extremist groups in America. It's because of information. They're giving out vital information that Black people need to hear, whether you agree with 100% of it or not. Right? And it's my last point. In the 1300s AD, we have to understand the psychology of the whole matter. In 1300 AD, Alexander the Third, oh, it might be in the 6th. I don't know. Y'all correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. He changed the color of Jesus Christ for a reason. You know why? Because he understood this was the most effective way to subjugate other people of other races and colors in that land. If you take away knowledge of self, if you change the person that most people looked up to at that time, if you change the face of that person, you could change the behavior, and you could more easily subjugate and take seeds of the minds of the people in your land. So I'm just saying that this, like, yes, individually, when I go out in the world and I hustle and I grind, I'm to be honest with you, I'm like Dusto and Rob. I'm not repeating Black history in my mind when I'm making deals. But when it comes to when I speak to the children in my community, right? When I'm talking to Black people, just like on this panel, there's an audience listening to us. If you're telling me that talking about Black history is not important in that fashion, collectively, not individually, but collectively, knowing our history and using that just like the majority of the Black men on this panel have said, Mr. Bennett, Information Man, Black Man, and Mandrell and Hink, right? Using that and harnessing that not as a crutch, but as strength to achieve higher heights than even our so-called adversaries. And that's all that's the only thing I was trying to point out. Like the psychology of the matter is a very big deal, and we have to pinpoint that. But I digress.
All right. So before Mr. Bennett goes, we got a couple of super chats. We got Ronnie Hunter with a $20 super chat. He says, bomb ass show tonight, fellas. I appreciate you, man. We got Jonathan Barronville in the house with a $9.99 super chat.
Look at Barronville showing up.
Yeah, man. I got it. So I'm going to go ahead and play this real quick. This is Baby Girl super chat. I'm going to let her rock it out real quick. And thank you guys for the super chat. Appreciate it. All right, appreciate you. Look, hey, that baby girl be whooping them drums, boy. All right,
shout out to JB in the chat, man. Shout out, man.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate you, man, for being here tonight. All of you guys, make sure you hit that the like button, subscribe button as we move forward in conversation. Mr. Bennett, you said you wanted to take the conversation.
Actually, it's kind of dovetailing off of a lot of what Freezy was saying tonight. And good, I mean, you've been preaching tonight, brother, so I appreciate you. A lot of what I wanted to focus on was value. When Chaotic was on earlier, he had said some things that, could, you know, if I was in my feelings or what have you,
Right,
could
right.
you know be upsetting in terms of how we thank God for the conquerors, the colonizers, and the enslavers, and all those things for the world that we have today. And I think it may be worth that we look at what are we really valuing. I mean, obviously, he seems to put a lot of value on the technological feats that we've of this current world that we're in. Um, but I think we have to ask ourselves some questions like how valuable is it? Yes, we've developed, or through European scientists and technology and whatnot, we've developed all these technologies all the way up to the point where we can destroy each other if something goes wrong. People forget there's a war going on with the Russians in Ukraine right now, and if we have one bad move, they got the bombs just like we do. So all of this technology, all this technological world that has been created, we've also created the ability to wipe it out just like that. So is that an achievement really, when we could be using a lot more of this technology to advance a society in suffering? But we built up, such weaponry. So how good are we? We talk about, yes, technology has eradicated most diseases in this world. But the population, I think, in the 1980s was like 3 billion people. And now it's approaching 8 billion people and expanding. And people are now starting to raise concerns about, the overpopulation, whether you believe it or not. But I mean, the growth in humanity and people are living longer, even on our own system here. That talk about Social Security running out because again, these populations are growing. What are we gaining with everything that we've been developing? All right, we got these technological countries. One thing that's also happening there is that populations are declining. They're declining in Europe. They're declining in Japan. The more affluent people are not having 4, 5, 6 kids like you had before. So again, I think that are we making like a Faustian trade here that yes, we're so far ahead technologically, and that's we thank white people for it, but they've also given the power to destroy the world that we're in. So I but what Friese was talking about, what is true wealth? Is not true wealth your children? Is not true wealth your knowledge of self, the values that you're passing on to one generation or another? And you've had a lot of societies that look, if we were just left alone, what Black people in Africa would have developed all this technology? I don't know. We'll never know that, whether or not that would have happened. But certainly, it definitely may reflect a different value system. I mean, white people historically being conquerors, and the Nordic peoples, and just that might be just in their nature, and then the way to conquer is to build a better bomb or mousetrap to destroy your enemy. If that's what drove them, and that what drove a lot of the technologies to put us in these positions. I mean, there's some benefits that came out of that. Going to the moon did a lot, but we're still at a very sensitive time that can go bad at any time, and everything that you're saying that you're thanking God for their advancement for could be wiped out. So I think a lot of this conversation that we're having, I think a lot of it is about what we value as people and human beings, and is there, are we prioritizing the right things when we talk about humanity? Are we doing the best by humanity, and this technology? Are we using it for the betterment of people? But I think that's really where a lot of where I would want to steer the conversation. Like, what are we valuing? And I think Friese, you were so right tonight about the things that really matter at the end of the day: legacy, children, values, passing on to the next generation. Those are things that our community certainly needs, and we need more of that. We need more intact families and structures. And I think we're missing something with that. So are we trading off? To have all these nice tinkers? Yeah, we all can see each other in different parts of the country through these spaces, and it's I think we're using it to good use. But again, something happens. The power grid goes out. I mean, you're Black man, you're in Texas. I remember Texas blacked out with the power grid going down and whatnot. So again, how advanced are we? It seems like we built up a house of cards that can easily just have a godly event can just end it all. And then where are we? We back to so have we really advanced
right
as much as people say we have.
And you know what, Mr. Bennett, you're absolutely correct. In my neighborhood or in my family, I have a lot of stupid people. They say you have too much shit. You buy too much shit. That's what they say. And why you got this stuff in the garage? Why you got this stuff in the storage? Oh my God. All right. So when that freeze hit, I was like, all that shit y'all said I shouldn't be buying, I'm using it right now. Yeah, my brother said, man, you spend how much on that damn generator? It's a propane gasoline generator. Propane, gasoline, and solar panel generator. So when that big freeze came, when that propane went out, it switched right over to fuel. And we was just in the house. We having a good old time. Guess what? Hello? Y'all good over there? Yeah, we good. It's cold in a motherfucker. I said, yeah, it's cold. I said, well, y'all good over there? And the lights off. I said, oh. I said, well, y'all can come over here and deal with this generator that you said I shouldn't buy. Man, you always throwing shit in people's face. Come on over, man. Y'all can charge our phones and come get some of these heaters. I mean, so I agree with you, Mr. Ben, when it comes to that. I think that it is a house of cards. I think people are not prepared. Right now, we're up here talking right now, but if we had a global shutdown of electricity, how many men on this panel could survive with their bare hands? How many? I know you for sure. How many other men on here could survive without
just go find Mandrell?
Shit.
We moving to Alabama.
Right.
The army literally in our training, we literally learned how to survive on the land for life. Like that's part of your training. You have to learn how to literally live off the land for life.
And Mandrell,
like for the rest of your life, if you had to live in a tent.
I
can do that.
Let's address the elephant in the room. If the world right now did a global shutdown, we would survive because, first of all, we're not scared to delete anyone. Well, I'm not. I know Mandrell's not when he gets into soldier mode.
Listen. I got no qualms.
Come on now.
When it comes to self-preservation,
right? We'll
find protecting me and mine. I'll sleep like a baby.
Yep, exactly. And I think that we will find somewhere to stay, somewhere to live. We will find water. We'll be able to hunt. We'll be able to take animals out, skin them. I mean, I think it'll be. I think we do great, but some men can't. No, some men are not able to do that. Some men can't shoot a rabbit. Oh my God! Oh, I killed it. Yeah, I mean, we're living in a world right now where men are. I call them Walmart comforter sets. They come completely packed with everything you need, but it's soft. It ain't about nothing. And so that's what it is. I think the men on this panel, I don't think we're like that, but I think we've had some men on this panel that are like that can't live right now. They can't. And these kids, like Mr. Bennett was saying, these kids today, they got everything. I got the phone, I got the car, I got the job, but if everything shuts down, you have nothing. You be dead in 7 days. That's just me.
That's what I was telling. Remember the episode I did?
7 days.
Remember the episode I did where I hosted Barbershop Conversation? And there was repairing relations between the older generation, meaning Gen X, and the newer ones. This is the point I was saying. Yeah, you have the phones. We are in the digital age, and you have a lot of conveniences and things like that. However, in the event that all of that goes to the wayside, in the event that you lose all of that, none of that shit works. The analog way, that's where it comes into play, and that's why it's important to learn that. It's important to learn both sides. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's important to go camping or go hunting, and it's important to learn how to skin an animal, how to plant crops.
Yeah,
you got to have a green thumb too. You know what I'm saying? It's important to learn these things because in the event that something happens and you don't know what to do, you're going to be at someone else's behest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're going to rely on other people who may not be so kind.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But if you know how to do it yourself, you can do it yourself. You don't need them.
Even keeping your cattle healthy and all the other stuff, sleeping outside with no blanket, no pillows, just go up against a tree and find you somewhere and go to sleep. You know, I mean, sleeping on the land, all that shit, bro.
And we also have to redefine what intelligence is. Again, the thing that Chaotic said earlier, it's like, oh, well, if it wasn't for the Europeans, we'd be still living in huts and whatnot, as if we had no intelligence. Like, you know, we were fine for tens of thousands of years and you know, growing societies. And again, if you go into Africa, there have been African civilizations and whatnot. There has been technology that was developed in Africa. So again, I think there's a mindset that before Europeans came to colonize Africa, that we were just, you know, just one step above the Neanderthals or something. I mean,
yeah, I love chaotic truth to death. But chaotic truth, if the world shut down right now, chaotic truth gonna be looking for us.
Hey, can you tell me how you get this going?
Hell yeah. But
let me
make some phone
I was going to say something before I drop off, because I heard what you were saying about chaotic truth. He's actually wrong, and I would and I don't know if he's on he's coming back to the panel or not, but I would destroy everything because of the fact that I'm a student of history. I would destroy everything that he says, because I can name you, Mr. Bennett, all of you brothers on this channel, on this channel tonight. You know that there's inventions that were just built, that were invented alone in America by black inventors. That without those inventions, where the hell would even America be in the world? Let's not even get into blood plasma.
His point information, man, goes to the fact that the reason why we did that is because of them.
No, okay.
I'm saying
okay.
I'm going back to pre-colonial.
Okay.
Africa.
Well,
as if to say we had no culture, no civilization,
I hear what you're
no
saying.
Technology prior to their intervention, and it was because of that. Regardless of the deaths, I didn't even talk about the deaths. I didn't talk about the transatlantic slave trade. I didn't talk about the deaths in the genocide there.
Right.
I didn't talk about any of that.
He's actually wrong though, because at home you can just do a simple Google search. There's tons of black inventors, men and women, right? Do you know that this goes back to the topic tonight, how racism works? Do you know when black people invented things, they were not allowed to have a patent?
Yeah,
see, does chaotic truth talk about that? So a lot of times what happened is that black man or that black woman, good night to you, Dusto, would put their faith in that white person to get a patent for the invention, right? And when that invention ended up being lucrative, they would end up getting the credit for the invention that a black person actually invented, but did not get the credit for it because they could not get a patent. And then later on down the line, there were inventions where black men were able to get patents. A lot of people don't know, when we talk about who built the first cars, and I think I need to do a story on this. There was actually two black brothers that they believe might have built the first car before Mr. Ford or the Model T. There's a lot of history. And so when someone like Chaotic Truth says what he says, it shows me personally that he's not a real student of history, because there are so many things that we're learning that black people have contributed not only to America, but globally, that without that, for example, I know Chaotic Truth is from, I think he said himself, he's from the continent. Well, guess what?
His parents are from the continent.
Okay. Well, without the without cocaine, or without the certain minerals that are in the soil there, the world would disappear. For example, if we were to wake up tomorrow and the continent of Africa would disappear off the map of the world, we're all going back to Stone Age. Did you all like Flintstone when you were a kid? Guess what? We're all going to be yabba dabba doing, because most of the minerals that work our computers, our cell phones, we wouldn't even be able to talk to each other right now without those elements, which I got to be honest, I wish brothers and sisters in Africa would get more control of their resources. Right. And that's a problem there. But without the continent, we go we go right back to the I hate the term dark ages, but we go right back to the time of dawn of time. We go right back to it automatically, because we need that continent to function. Europe needs that continent to function. When you talk about one of their good resources is chocolate. A lot of people think that the best chocolate comes from the Europeans, the Dutch. No, what they do is they get it from Africa, then they bring it back to Europe and they package it and put their name on it and say, this is Dutch chocolate, or this is, whatever that damn Swiss chocolate, or whatever the hell they call it, right? That's another lie. They're getting it from the continent of Africa. So when you talk about the stoplight, when we drive in our cars and we stop red, there was a black man, Garrett Morgan, who did that. We have black men who made the gas mask. We have black men who invented certain tools that they need in health to be able to give you a surgery. So this whole thing about we haven't contributed to anything, that's just not very true.
I want to be fair. Like I said, he may or may not acknowledge everything that you said, but he said the reason why we were able to do that was because of the conquering of Africa and the world.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
I agree, but
that's not true. That's it. I already know what I already know. Chaotic True is he's a black conservative, and one of the things that they do, that black conservatives do, is they spend most of their time talking about what's wrong with black folks. and they're usually used by white Republicans to say things about black people so that they want to say without being called racist. So it's just nonsense. It's nonsense.
Information man, Chaotic Truth in the chat. He coming back up.
Well, I don't really care. He's my fraternity brother and all of that, and I don't always agree with the things that I hear him talking about. But the fact of the matter is, the brother must not have read a lot of history books, because because without, let's just like this. Let me just say this. Every group has contributed to making this world work, whether it be Europeans, whether it be people, Asian people, black people, people from the Caribbean. Everyone has contributed to make the world go round. And if you take away all those elements of what people can, now this whole thing about without white people, we would not have been able to survive. Wait a minute. When Europeans came to America, they didn't even know how to take care of themselves. If it wasn't for the Native Americans, most of the first Europeans that came to this soil, they were dying. Matter of fact, they were actually doing cannibalism. Does he know about that? And if it wasn't for the Native Americans showing them how to grow their food and do certain crops, the Europeans that first came over here would have been in destitute. You see, so this whole thing about other groups didn't contribute anything, that everything is about this global ideology that the white man created everything. There's a lot of things that the white man did not create on his own. And there's a lot of things that the white man stole from other groups of people, inventions. OK, and that's a damn fact.
Yeah,
that's a damn fact. Cannot be argued. There's movies about this. There's documented history about this. Look, I went to San Francisco State, minored in black studies as a minor, and I learned from some of the best professors on these issues. And the reality is everyone in the world globally contribute in some way or fashion. It wasn't just the white man. Now I know where he's coming from. White men, Europeans were fighting each other. Right before they start, and then out of them fighting each other, they got tired of fighting each other and they began to conquer the world. So I understand the whole philosophy about conquerors, people creating nations and all of that. We already know that. But Europeans alone would not be able to survive. For example, how many of you have ever read the book that came before Columbus? How many of you have ever studied the Moors, the African Moors from North Africa? Yeah. Remember when we were in school and they taught us that the Europeans were in a dark age, right? But they never told you, well, why were they how did they come out of that dark age into a Renaissance? That's because when they were conquered by the Moors of North Africa, the Moors left them with technology, all sorts of things. And then when they had the Christian Crusades to drive Islam, because the Moors was Islamic, they drove them out. Well, they left them with all these things. The Moors knew how to navigate the world. They understood measurements. Europeans didn't know that. That technology was left to the Europeans by these brothers from the continent of Africa, which helped propel them in their own science. Because up to then, and I know people believe the world was flat, people believe the world is round and what have you. Up to then, Europeans thought the world was flat and that they would fall off, while Moors knew how to travel and navigate the world. And they left technology. If you go to places in Europe, you see those Islamic domes on top of buildings. It was the Moors that left that. So this whole thing about, well, black people, whether it be in Africa or America, we didn't contribute to anything. Europeans would not have been able to rise up if there wasn't for the technology that other groups were able to come up with. They now and they also stole a lot of their inventions and ideas from other people.
Right.
So it ain't like they just had this big ass brain to figure everything out. So I'm not going to debate anybody on this because my thing is, why should I debate something that I know is factual in history when I can pull the history books to show you? And when there's professors out there who know history better than Chaotic Truth knows it, and I know it, that can debunk all that bullshit. So I'm not going to waste my time.
Now, Information Man, I don't know if you know about this, anybody else on the panel, but Jack Johnson was a great boxer. And
Right.
Jack Johnson went to jail because they said that he messed with a white woman at the time.
That's right.
And that was prohibited. When he went to jail, he used the time there to start inventing things.
Right.
He invented a tool and wanted to send it to the patent office in New York. The white people allowed him to send it, the patent, to New York. But then they said, we'll send the patent, but when the patent office asked for a name for the tool, the white guy that sent it in said the monkey wrench.
Yeah, there's a monkey. He invented the monkey wrench. He really did.
Yeah, he did.
He really did. Yeah, the boxer, the world heavyweight champion.
That's true.
Jack Johnson invented the monkey wrench
But
while in prison.
Right,
Really,
but
that's a true story.
Right, that's right. Yep. But keep in mind that that was a time when they did not allow black people to be able to have some control over some inventions because they couldn't get a patent. So there's a lot of inventions that we believe that white people created that they actually stole from black men or black women because they couldn't get a patent. If you go back and look at the history of black inventors and what happened, then you would have to have enough sense to know that you can't make an asinine statement that white people created everything, because if it wasn't for a black man creating the third rail, none of us would be able to get on a train and travel around the world by train or around the country by train. So the same technology that the same technology that was created by a black man, other people around the world are using in their train systems.
Yeah, even refrigeration.
Look. How many of y'all know that the potato chip, refrigerating machines, ironing boards, the iron itself, ice box? How will we check this out? This debunks all the bullshit right now. How did most white people had no system until a black man invented the ice box? How did most Europeans around the world keep their food cold?
They slather it in salt.
Thank you. Prior to that, you can make an argument that that's a primitive. That's primitive. That's some caveman shit, right? But a black man came up with an ice box that took you from the primitive level of putting some salt on your food like your ass out in the woods. And all respect to people that survivalists like Mandrell, I think that's great to be able to have those skills. But the fact that a black man created an ice box, which we're still using today in the 21st century to keep your food nice and cold and cool, because if we didn't have that, we would all be outside taking salt, like Mandrell said, going like this.
Right.
Doing some primitive shit. So dismiss me with that notion. Period.
Hey, Chaotic, man. Chaotic is going in this chat, bro.
I don't care about what he's going into. Truth is truth. And then this is we not even going deep yet, brother. We just touching the surface. We haven't gone deeper into the inventions that have helped the world that were invented by black people or black women or black men. So I don't give a damn about all of that, man. It don't phase me.
All right.
It don't phase me.
Absolutely. So we're gonna go.
He can talk all the bullshit he wants in that chat room. It don't phase me, brother. I know history. I studied from the best of them. And I know that statement that he made, that's some bullshit, usual conservative bullshit talking points. And usually you black Republicans are just used as whipping boys to do the dirty work and handiwork of your white masters called the Republican Klan Party. Even though I know the Democrats are nothing but Dixiecrats, right? We got the Republican Klan. We got the Democrats, because the Democrats actually was the party that created the Ku Klux Klan. See, I know the history, but what happened is the Dixiecrats jumped from the Democratic Party and jumped their ass right over to the Republican Party, right?
Because we got civil rights act and the Voting Rights Act, and that's when they switched.
Yeah, and most black Republicans or Republicans love to pull Abraham Lincoln out their ass. Guess what? I got news for you. Abraham Lincoln didn't free all black people that were enslaved. If you read books and go deep into research,
he was freed the ones that were rebellious to him when it came to
right. He was concerned about keeping the Union together. If he didn't mind, if it meant not freeing black people, he would do anything. So Republicans like to pull Abraham Lincoln out their asses, and I can debunk that bullshit too. So don't mess with me, because I can pull history out. So you got to question black folks that want to set up here on YouTube and sit up here and talk about and glorify Europeans as if Europeans didn't even know how to season their food. You know why dogs are domesticated? Because when the Europeans went in the caves, they kicked the animals out, and then they had to domesticate them because they were living in caves. That's where caveman come from. The Caucasus Mountains. Don't fuck with me.
Man, hey.
Don't fuck with me. He don't fuck with me. I know the history, man. I study history just like all of y'all. Come on. When you want to glorify Europeans, I can tell you all their weaknesses. All the bullshit that they was doing, the cannibalism that was going on, the way they treated the Native Americans when they came over here and all of that shit like that. So please.
And information, man, let them know that it ain't like the colonials came over here and just beat the Native Americans. No, they were getting their ass
They was getting their ass kicked.
That's why they had to give them those poison, those disease blankets,
right?
To weaken the braves and make them sick and die from germs that weren't from here,
right?
That's how they won. No, in warfare, the Indians were whooping their ass,
right? We should know this history. We really should be giving Haiti a lot of respect.
Yes, sir.
And we should, you know why? Because if you go back in history, I did videos on this. America was broken up into territories. So when we talk about the Louisiana Purchase, no, it was the whole middle half of the country going up into Canada, which is why you got Canadians, French people in Canada. And when the Haitians kicked the French ass, they kicked their asses and they went broke trying to fight against the Haitians. What they do? They came to our government here, or whatever the government was in those territories, and they sold off the land for pennies on the dollar because they're getting their asses kicked. So we really owe a lot of our country being formed the way it is to the Haitians. We should really be giving Haitians more respect than we do, because without the Haitian Revolution, some of us on this panel would be speaking Spanish, French, all kind of languages, because we could be like Europe right now, where we all live in these different territories where you got to have a passport to get to the West Coast, to the East Coast, so on and so forth. So this whole thing that black people haven't contributed anything and all this, it's just nonsense.
All right. Hey, appreciate that information, man. Listen, we got
I'm about to get off of here, man. But
hey, much love information, man.
Don't get me started, man.
Man, thank you for dropping them gems, brother. I appreciate it.
Right. See, this is the problem. Next time Chaotic Truth comes on the panel and you guys have a discussion, let's not talk about the issues. Let's start reciting and bringing up the history to debunk the bullshit like that.
Exactly.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Look at the mic drop he leaves us on.
Right. Exactly. I'm gonna leave it. Right. And then look. Everybody, this is what I always say. Okay, information, man, whatever it takes to make you feel good. Nah, brother, it's not about making me feel good. You better ask somebody who I am, brother, because I've been on these YouTube streets for a minute talking about a lot of truth. You better tell the truth. You better recognize who I am, brother. I've been talking the truth, and all that stuff that you was talking is not true. You call yourself Chaotic Truth, but the real truth is over here. Information Man show. You better ask somebody, because I give you history, data, and information that you can dig up and find. What you doing is the typical Republican thing, which is once again downtrodden black people. Black people ain't created nothing. When damn it, we're setting on the bedrock of foundation of this country, because America would not be the country it is without black people. You take us out of the equation, then what you have? You got no ice box. You'll be rubbing your meats with sauce, with salt. Then you come on the panel and you want to talk to me. Well, go on right ahead, frat brother. Go on right ahead, frat brother. Go on ahead. Say what you got to say. Because I'm the wrong dude for you to go back and forth with, because I'm going to chew you up with information that's based on history. Now that's what it's going to be, my conservative brother. And hi all Hitler and Trump to you too. Now how you like that? And I'm doing, and brother, check this out. I'm doing just fine. I didn't need you to make that goofy ass comment, but I should put your ass back online like a good pro fight. Put your ass back online and make you pledge again. Because you talking goofy when you make them kind of statements that black people haven't contributed anything without the help of white people. Get the hell out of here, man, with that. You should know better. You as an alpha man, you should know better than that bullshit that you said, Chaotic Truth. You should know better in that bullshit. You should know better than that, brother. That you should know, based on our history of our organization, you should know that black men contribute to a hell of a lot in this country, in this world. And there were things that was also stolen from us to make the European, for Europeans to put themselves on top. Now you should know that. As an alpha man, we study these histories. But see, I'm old school, you new school to me. Now I know you're laughing in the background and all of that. You got your little avatar on. I show myself, brother.
I would like to give a response if I can. And
okay, but don't give me this typical conservative bullshit response I hear you doing on your show, brother. Just say it like it needs to be said plain. You see what I'm saying?
May I give a response, please?
Yeah, give a response, but don't come at me with no bullshit tonight, too, brother.
I've been quiet.
I know you've been quiet, but I'm just letting you know I'm not the one. I'm not your little buddies that get on your little panel and talk all that bullshit on your panel. I'm not the one, brother.
Black Man Unfiltered. If you're gonna let me do this, can I do this? I came up for a reason, okay? Now listen.
No. Don't tell me now. Listen, I'm a grown ass 53-year-old man. I'm your goddamn elder. So now you speak to me with more respect than that.
My father is my elder, sir. No disrespect.
Okay, well, you gonna come at me with respect?
Okay. Hold on for a second. Wait, let me talk for a minute. Now you were. I didn't know that this was going on over here until I was informed by some people. Now here goes the thing.
I don't care who you was informed by. I ain't running from no man.
Sir, can you let me talk, please, sir? Let me talk.
Go ahead.
Let me talk. First of all, I too have a background in Black Studies. I am of the tree of Dr. Molefi Asante, whom I'm pretty sure you know who that is since you study Black Studies, right?
I studied under Wade Novo, Dr. Richardson. I studied under the best, brother. So I understand. I understand that. Go ahead, brother. I'm listening to you.
So what I'm saying, sir, is facts and evidence. Sir, if you believe that blacks did all of these things, that's fine. I don't believe it. Because what it does, in my opinion, sir, it gives us a false background. It gives us a false history. Blacks did not invent the car. Because here goes the question. How come they didn't invent the car in ancient Africa? How come the car wasn't invented in the 16th century, the 17th century? It seems like everything was invented in the 19th century by blacks. So we have to stop lying to ourselves. You are on the white man's internet. Give me a second, because you were talking. You're on the white man's StreamYard. I bet you, my good sir, if you opened up your door, you don't live in the black neighborhood. You live in a white neighborhood, sir. You have a white man's car outside of your driveway, sir. I challenge you, my good sir. If you believe blacks just did everything, move to Africa. Move there. Move there and be around the very same people that you're promoting. It seems to me, sir, that you are the very same thing that you're trying to say that I am. You love whites more than I do. You speak their language. You wear their clothes. You're in front of their microphone right now. You're in front of their internet. All I'm saying is, sir, why are we always downplaying what these people did in history? These people literally explored the globe, colonized people, civilized people, and to this day, the very same systems that we benefit off of, we try to downplay these people all the time. That's all I'm saying. You can believe what you want to believe. But you can never change what I believe. You can't.
No, chaotic truth. It was not my goal to change what you believe.
Yeah.
I simply said, and this is where you made a big mistake, brother, because you should know this, that listening is an art and you should learn to listen better. I said on this stream tonight with everyone that was on the panel that all different groups contribute to society. I didn't say that white people did not contribute to society or did not invent anything. I said that there were inventions that black people created. I specifically spent more time focusing on America. You know why? Because that's where I was born and I was raised and I understand the history here. So all groups, I said Asians, black people, white people as well. I said all groups contribute to making America what it is today. I was focusing on black people specifically because there's always been this notion that black people in America, or just black people globally, have not contributed to making the world what it is when we talk about technology. Now, when you talk about this computer and the website that I'm on right now, well, yeah, the white man has created stuff, but there's components, sir, that go into the computer that were invented by a brother that's an inventor that did help the computer. The components that go into the computer that allow us to do what we're doing here. Well, there are black people that are in science, that are in technology, that create components that go into the computer that makes it possible for us to be able to do. So this whole thing that, well, black people didn't create anything. When you talk about the car, there's certainly things that go in cars, like you have the car itself physically, but you have also components that go in the car that other groups of people may have invented, sir. So that's why I said earlier that everybody has invented something and has inventions they've done in this world that has made our world go where it's going. And technology is always improving itself over time. But I also mentioned, and you know this already, chaotic truth, because you know history. We know that there were black inventors in the past who created stuff that they didn't get credit for because, one, they couldn't get the patent for it because there was discrimination where they would not give black people or black women that were inventors patents on certain stuff. So in some cases, if they had someone that was white that knew them, that could vouch for them, that patent would go under that white person's name. And then over the years, next thing you know, we grow up in in society and we begin to think that it was invented by this white guy, when in fact, the invention really came from a black man who was not able to get the patent, and then the invention gets stolen from them. And that's been documented in history. That is facts. There's lots of professors that have talked about these issues, and you know it's true. So I was simply talking about that tonight and saying that we have contribute. And if you go back to ancient times, when you talk about white men navigating the world, we know that there were brothers and Moors that traveled and navigated the world when Europeans thought the world was flat as a pancake, brother, and gave them technologies when they also conquered, because the Moors conquered parts of Europe, parts of Ireland, parts of what we call Italy today was conquered by the Moors. So every group had their shine and had their down. Europeans spent most of their time, you know this, brother, if you know history, Europeans really spent most of their time conquering each other, fighting each other. I think the Romans were struggling to beat off the Huns and some of the people that they call barbarians. And most of the Europeans come from, and you should know this, and you do know this, Germanic tribes. They're all Germans. They just speak different languages. And they were fighting each other, and they got sick of fighting each other. And then if you read the book, what's that, Germ, Steel, certain elements in people's environments made them more equipped to be able
Guns,
to
Germs, and
conquer
Steel
people.
by Jared Diamond. I read it.
Right. Thank you, brother. And excuse me if I didn't say that correctly, but you know, my brother, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, and I apologize if I have shown any disrespect, but you know that certain elements in one's land, if you look at the continent of Africa and what's in their fertile land versus what was in other people's land, there are certain elements that made it more vital for people to speed up their ability in warfare with the metals and various things that were in their environment. So all I was trying to say tonight, I wasn't saying that Europeans haven't created anything. And just so by the way, brother, I live in a mixed community of people that are black, Asian, and white. I don't live in an all-white neighborhood. My neighborhood is multiracial. I live in a multiracial community because there's many people of different races. India, I see all different races of people down here. So don't always assume things like that because, as they always say, you can make an ass out of you and me. And we don't want to do that, my brother. So don't say things that you don't know. And then you make assumptions about the car I'm driving. Well, the car I'm driving was made by Japanese people, not white people. And we know that most of the cars in the world are being made by Europeans. They have Japanese parts in them, sir. Come on, Chaotic Truth. Let's stop the nonsense here, brother. Come on with all of that. Well, white people created everything. That gets back to my main theme tonight, and everybody can vouch for me. I said all different groups of people contribute to our world. So, hell, here in America, we don't even manufacture all of our own shit. It's all being manufactured by the Chinese, brother, who we call the communists. We say we don't want communism in America, but we do our biggest business with communists in a place called China. Come on now. Even your man Trump gets his ties and various things in China. So the European in America, or the European in the world, other than Germany, they're not manufacturing anything. It's the Chinese. The Germans are one of the biggest manufacturing, like they manufacture the TVs and technology, yes. But they're really the only ones outside the Chinese. So Europeans ain't really creating every damn thing. They're not. So, brother, I think you give too much credit to our blue-eyed and blonde-haired individuals. You give way too much credit. You shouldn't do that. Because everybody's contributed to this world, not just Europeans. And you know, my brother, that if the continent of Africa disappeared tomorrow, we would all be living like Barney Rubble again. Because all the resources over there, which unfortunately they don't control, which I wish they would, without that, the Europeans would be living in caves again. And you know that, Chaotic Truth. You know that, all those rich resources that, unfortunately, we don't control. I know you don't like what I'm saying to you tonight. I know you feel I'm being hyperbolic and I'm being democratic, even though I don't like the Democrats or the Republican clan or the Democrats. I don't like either one of them, brother.
I'm just waiting for my turn to speak.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I've said enough tonight.
I've said it 10 years ago. I've said it just as recently as a few episodes ago on my own show. I've said it tonight and I'm saying it tomorrow.
I hear you, brother. No, I'm not trying to. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry again.
You blacks need to be on your knees thanking God that the white man liberated you out of your hellhole in Africa. You weren't doing anything in Africa of any type of value, any type of productivity. You were in there in mud huts and chucking spears at each other. You were warring with neighboring villages. You didn't mass produce anything. You didn't fortify the continent. You didn't inflict your will on other groups of people. You allowed the Arabs to come in there and totally dismantle Northern Africa, take all the resources out of Mali, change over the religion of people. You didn't do anything. And all I'm saying, and I'm not trying to convince anybody.
No. Chaotic Truth. Actually, this is where we do agree. Okay, I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
And all I'm saying is that reimagining the past does more harm to these kids. You got these kids out here saying the same thing that we were saying when we were kids. We invented everything. And that's why a lot of these kids are just lazy and shiftless, because they have in their mind that they invented everything instead of really learning and knowing how to do something. All I'm saying is, if blacks did all of this back in the day, how come we ain't doing it now? And all I got to say is this. You could say all you want about if things were to collapse, sir, but the ancient Romans didn't go deep into Congo. They didn't go deep into South Africa. They didn't have to, sir. They used the resources that were readily available around the Mediterranean.
Right.
Literally built one of the greatest civilizations of all time, which is the Roman Empire. Now, people can argue and say that they had outside labor and yada, 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 but they built the Colosseum of Rome 5,000, I don't know the exact date, but 5,000 years ago, sir, using the resources around them, sir. And that's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah. But you do know, chaotic truth, you do know, and this is true in all these societies in ancient time, the Romans themselves didn't actually build it. They used slave labor. Because the Romans had legions of power. They had their hands entangled, just like the United States. They had their hands entangled all over the world, and they used other people to do their labor for them. So actually, you're giving credit to a group of people who actually were not the architects who actually, or they didn't physically build the actual structures themselves.
I know, but I was just trying to finish. But like almost times I get cut off. I said that. I said that a lot of their work, it's argued that it was built by outside labor, but that just goes to show you the superiority once again of white folks. They are able to enslave people to do they're able to enslave people to build their civilizations. And what I keep saying over and over again on my shows, and I keep saying is that until black people, and especially, develop a mindset like that, we're going to constantly get exploited. I was on an African panel tonight, and they're telling me about the glories of West Africa. And I said, listen, you can sit over here and talk about Meek Mill coming over there to that presidential palace and doing a rap video all you want, but Meek Mill he's doing nothing compared to what the Chinese are doing over there, indebting your asses. So you can say all you want about African Americans, but the fact of the matter is that the real picture is you continue to let outside people exploit you. And all I'm saying is that all the resources in Africa, we had coltan, we had iron ore in the mountains in South Africa. We could have built skyscrapers thousands of years ago. We could have built cars thousands of years ago. We could have learned how to what do they call it with concrete? We could have learned how to make concrete and build extensive roads, sir. But we didn't, and those are just facts. I just got
chaotic truth. I'm not really. Let me to say this because I don't want us. I think this is where we differ. I'm not trying to say, because I think what you're trying to say, what I'm hearing is that it's not. You're not saying that it's not that black people or African people can't build things. You're saying that they didn't have the will to do what should have been done. So I don't think it's about the lack of it. That they can't build things. You're saying that they just didn't build things and secure the land, the nation, what have you, as other groups may have done. I've said on my show myself that I think I'm saying it again tonight. I think the brothers and sisters in the continent, depending on the countries that they come from in the continent, they need to do a better job of controlling their resources from outsiders. But the problem is, and maybe I'm wrong, you tell me I'm wrong or right, they have corrupt leadership. Every time you turn around, one of these, I don't know, maybe I'm not the person to say this.
No, no, information man. Listen, again, sir, it's not that you guys are wrong. It's not that I'm wrong or right. I mean, you could be right. All I'm saying is this. I'm telling you what I see in nature. And what I see in nature is this. I see little black, beautiful babies. They play with bugs. They ask questions to their parents, and I've literally heard, and I was an educator. I've told you this before.
Yeah, you were a teacher.
I was a case manager, and I've seen this over and over again. A little black kid, boy or girl, playing with bugs, trying to explore nature. Hey, mom, look what I'm doing. The mom would say, "Get the F out of here with all that dumb shit. Get the fuck out of here. Everybody get the fuck." See, and what I keep saying is that we have a culture that does not embrace exploration, a culture that does not embrace science nor science fiction. You get laughed at if you're black. If you talk about Star Trek, Star Wars, you get laughed at if you say, "Hey guys, let's go watch this Neil deGrasse Tyson lecture." And I believe that's how it's pretty much always have been in our culture. We don't embrace the intellectualisms in our culture. We embrace drama, sex, and violence and drugs. I've seen it all in my life, sir. I've seen it. And so when people tell me things about Martin Luther King and all these people of yesteryear, I say, of course, those were the elite blacks of that time. The masses of blacks were ignorant and docile and dumb.
But doesn't it also show that when you look at the Harlem Renaissance, and because we've always had black intellectuals, and some of these black intellectuals have been looked at and put on a pedestal, right? And I understand what you're saying, because when I was a kid growing up, I played classical violin since I was 10 years old.
Yeah.
And of course I got made fun of, right? But guess who are the ones that made fun of me? And I hate to have to say this, it's usually has been black people who are uncultured, meaning they're not educated. It's not, see, this is what I'm trying to say to you, brother. It's not all black people. It's usually black people who are not that well educated, and all they know is the four corners of their block.
Yeah.
So that means it's not all black people. But this is the problem, that would you agree or disagree with me that sometimes we take the maximum of us who are doing well creatively, like you're saying, and we minimize those that are doing that, and we maximize the worst of our communities as if that is the representation of our communities. Because just like Les Brown always says, a negative has 10 times the power over you. So we gravitate towards pointing out the negatives as if that's, who we are, but we suppress the positives of who we are instead of displaying that. So I have a challenge for you, brother, because I know you do your thing on your channel, and you have the right to speak and think how you want to think. I'm not questioning that, but Chaotic Truth, do you think it'd be a great show to do to highlight black excellence?
Oh, I've done plenty of shows like that. I've done,
fantastic.
I do plenty of. The funny thing is, I do plenty of shows like that. I've done shows that have highlighted the excellence of black ancient cultures.
Okay, I hear you.
Like I've done 3 shows on ancient Egypt itself and gotten backlash from not just whites but from black people who don't believe that the ancient Egyptians primarily were people of who were black. So yeah, I do a lot of things like this. I've done shows on. I've done shows and asked people, highlighting them. Hey guys, do you know who Macy Jameson is? Do you know who S. James Gates is? Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? Do you know who these people are? And people will say they don't even know who they are. And I'm like, okay, well, these people are people that should be pedestalized in the black community because they're scientists, they're doctors, they're this, that, and the other. Go ahead.
No, I'm glad we're having this conversation, because I've been thinking about doing a show about whether we hate the black elite or we hate black excellence, because a lot of times black people in general will say that we want to support the excellence. And then when you have black people who create organizations that are about excellence, we get called the boule. We get called sellouts. We get called, them uppity Negroes. And that's something that's always bothered me, because we can't have it both ways. If you're going to say that we should be excellent, then part of being excellent is that you do separate yourself from people who don't fit the bar. That's just the cream always rises to the top.
Yeah,
but when that cream rises to the top, we have some black people that will say, they the boule. And most of these Negroes on YouTube who use that boule word don't even know that half of the people that they look up to, have pictures on the wall of, they a member of the boule. Sorry to break y'all heart on that one.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've done shows about elite. I've done shows on the Lapeef Network, and I've done shows on my network, my channel, about the superior classes of just black people, and I've gotten backlash for that, because I say in the white culture, there's no argument as to who are these superior whites and who are not. It's just in the black culture, it's just this thing that if you if you highlight the achievements of a doctor or a scientist, then you all of a sudden are an elite. And what it is that you have a lot of people who don't want to acquiesce to hierarchy. In the white race, it's no doubt that Jeff Bezos is an elite, and most whites can't even fucking be in the same room with them, and they respect that. But in the black culture, it's like, oh, you an elite, you ain't better than me. I could be around you. I could do this. You could come to the hood. You can do this. You can do that. But no, in the white culture, Jeff Bezos ain't going to no trailer park hanging out with no poor whites. He ain't. Hell, truth be told, he ain't going to no damn middle class. And
you're not going to no trailer park. Yeah, you're not going to a trailer park. Let me
go ahead.
No, I want to ask. This is a question for you, and I've talked about this on my program too. Why is it? And I want to thank Black Men Unfiltered for allowing us to have this dialogue, because it went left in the beginning, and now it's going where it should go. I wanted to ask you this question: why is it that when you have a young black male or black young lady who sold drugs, who's living a hustling life, and then they turn their life around, go to school or whatever, and then everybody claps for them and holds them on a pedestal? But what about the black young man who didn't sell drugs, didn't hustle, did all the right things? It seems like the guy that was the hustler who turns his life around is more celebrated than the young black man who didn't do all that mischief behavior. He was straight and narrow from the get-go. Isn't that interesting?
Because in the black community, they say, because I've heard this over and over, he was supposed to do that, and that's what I hear all time and time again. It's the Negro, in my opinion, and I'm not trolling. The Negro loves the victim story. The Negro loves the we shall overcome story, and I think that's been the narrative of particularly Black American culture for a very long time. That idea that, he was downtrodden, he was homeless, he was this. And my argument is, motherfucker, he should have been there in the first damn place.
But you know where that comes from, Chaotic Truth. And I don't want to ruffle anybody's hands or clothes and whatever fingers in the chat room. I'm talking about Black Americans in particular. We are and around the world we are too. We are religiously oriented. It comes out of the church because it's the preacher cadence. It's the whole thing about overcoming, because a lot of us, no disrespect to people that are Christian here, I'm just saying we were raised to understand the sacrifice of Jesus. Jesus sacrificed himself, right? So what happens is they teach us, it spills over into our ideology when we grow up, that everything we do everything's a sacrifice. You must sacrifice yourself. Or when you achieve something, they say it was the glory of God and Jesus why you were able to achieve. So you never are able to really enjoy that you achieve something by your own willpower, because they will often tell us that God gives us free will. So if God gives us free will, why is it that when we do something of achievement, it's always back to the Jesus sacrifice? A lot of that ideology, whether people want to agree with it or not, or dislike what I'm saying here, it does come out of the fact that Black people were oriented by the Bible, coming right out of slavery. And whether y'all agree with this or not, ladies and gentlemen, the Bible was used to culturally condition and control and socially control Black people during slavery, because they gave us a slave Bible where they deleted certain pages out of it or took it out and gave you exactly what they wanted you to have, which is you are a slave and it's meant for you to be a slave. I believe that's where the whole I have to overcome orientation has its origins, from the religious part of this. Now, you may disagree with me, Chaotic Truth.
No, I agree. I mean, like I said, Black Americans have particularly been a very religious people. And so what you're saying could very well be true. And the physical culture that we embody could very well be from a biblical understanding, what was taught, I guess during slavery or after slavery, or et cetera. No, you're making good points, man. Like I said, you go ahead.
I want to ask you another question again. I'm trying to learn.
Yeah.
Because I think one of the brothers in there, Check Me 8, says, it's nothing. It's not a victim story. We have been intentionally targeted and attacked. Now, that's what I wanted to ask you.
See, but I disagree with that.
Is there any part of you, Chaotic Truth, that believes that black people have been targeted? Now, we had a show tonight, and you were on this show before me, about the whole victim, playing the victim role. Is everything about race and all that? And I understand that. But can you agree or maybe disagree that in some ways, as a group, we have been targeted?
No, I don't agree with that. If you just look at history, right? The first female millionaire in the country was a black woman. This is in the 1800s. If you just look at evidence that suggests that blacks were landowners in the 1800s, blacks became politicians during Reconstruction. This happened in the 1800s, way before the Civil Rights Movement. If you also look at the fact that in black people in this country were also business owners, landowners, I already said that, farmers, and then you even mentioned it earlier, the Harlem Renaissance era, right? The Harlem Renaissance. What stopped the Irish, the Italian mob, the mob? I guess if the mob really existed, but why didn't the mob or the Irish or any of these white groups prevent all these blacks in Harlem who were artists, who were professionals, who were business owners? What was stopping them from attacking and destroying Harlem? So there were plenty of places like Harlem in America. Yes, we always name Oklahoma, right? No, they burnt Oklahoma. But what about Harlem? They didn't burn Harlem.
But you do know, Chaotic Truth, that there's so many ways you can destroy a community. You do know that when you go back to like the Billie Holiday days, the jazz musicians, when you can make the argument that the origins of drug addiction within the black community had its start with the musicians, because the Italians and the mafia, this stuff existed, brother. They made it their business to pump drugs into places like Harlem, where we had a lot of black people in those early days get strung out on the heroin. I'm just saying that
who forced them to do the drug?
No, I know you're going to go there. I agree. We should not. I agree. We should not use drugs. I agree that, like, for example,
let me ask you a question. Is Giant Eagle? I don't know. I don't know if you have a Giant Eagle where you're at. Did you ever heard of that?
Giant. I think.
Never mind. Okay, that's a store. Okay, never mind. It's a shopping store. Okay. Is Walmart? Is CVS? Are they in a big grand conspiracy to keep people intoxicated because they sell liquor too?
No, I understand your point that no matter what they're selling, we shouldn't use it. It's just like drugs. If they put drugs in a community, it doesn't mean that I should subdue myself with drugs because they put it there. But we do know that if you put drugs in a community, a certain amount of people are going to use it, and they're not going to use good common sense not to use it. But what I'm saying is that when you look at these other groups that came over here, they made sure to keep the drugs out of their community and sell it. They used to say this, sell it to the moolies, just another word for the N word, right? Sell it to the moolies. No, there were, if you talk to, how can I say this, without giving information away that I shouldn't give away.
Bruh.
If you go back and if you go back in history, it is a fact that some of the first criminals in America, and people don't want to hear this. I know when we talk about, well, black people are harming each other, but actually the Irish, Jewish people, and Italians, they were the ones shooting up all these damn streets like in Chicago, killing each other over what? Over who was going to control the liquor trade, right? Who was going to control the prostitution trade? Who was going to control whatever, the rackets, the numbers. Because in Harlem, black people, check this out. You know where the lottery really comes from? It was black people in Harlem who had the numbers. The Italians wanted to move in on, when you say that they didn't do anything to Harlem, yes, they did, brother. They wanted to move in on Harlem to take over the numbers game. And you had people like you heard of Bumpy Johnson, right?
Yeah, but can I say something to that fact?
Okay, I'll stop right there. Go ahead, brother.
Because I too have read history, and I have read accounts of dice games, back alley dice games with Negroes.
Oh no, yeah, of course.
In the early 1900s, 1910s,
yes.
Niggas were shooting and killing each other then, and it's very likely. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but it's also very likely that this pushed the state to regulate gambling because there was so much crime that was involved with black violence even then. I've read stories. I had like 2 or 3 people on my panel. I did a show about Takeoff, right? The rapper who got killed.
Yes.
And I did a show about Takeoff. It was like 2 or 3 people who called into my show and said, my great-grandfather was killed in a dice game. My great-great-uncle was killed in a bar in the back in a dice game. And this is like 1917.
Yeah, but brother, but you just, it isn't. It's not that it's possible. Yes, these things did happen. But brother, on the flip side of that, I just sat up here and said something that is facts in history because they got documentaries on this, and you kind of brushed away from it. You had Irish, Italians, and Jewish people who were living in their different neighborhoods and began to fight against each other because they were all fighting over what? Who was going to control resources, because you had organized crime. So you had just as much white people killing each other over gambling, over liquor, over you with my woman, over you're my enemy. You had all that stuff going on. When you look at someone like Bumpy Johnson, Harlem had something that was different. They were independent. They didn't want to be part of the syndicate, because this is through history. Bumpy Johnson was actually offered to become a part of the mafia syndicate. He said, no, I want to stay independent. But while they were doing that, you still had drugs being put into Harlem, because why? Who were the biggest users of drugs at that time? You know this, brother. It was the jazz musicians. That's why the jazz musicians were dying and were getting hooked on heroin. Miles Davis, he come up from that era too. He talks about that in some of his memoir. He got hooked on that heroin because it was introduced and it came from the mafiosos, right? But you're right. Just because they put drugs in your community doesn't mean you should use it. I'll give you an example here. Everybody puts Freeway Ricky Ross on this pedestal. That Negro should be on nobody's pedestal. He peddled more crack cocaine in South Central LA and was helping the CIA to get it in there when what was that? Years ago, what's her name? I know you probably don't like her. What's her name? She brought the CIA director into South Central LA, and he admitted it. This is on video too, brother. That yes, they were using that Contra money. They were using the drug money to fuel that little rebellion that was going on in Central America. And Freeway Ricky Ross got rich putting that crack out there, right? And then now, all these years after that, now he comes out with a book and says, well, the CIA, they pumped it in. And I'm saying to myself, no black person should want to listen, talk to this Negro, put him on a speaking panel for a school or college tour or nothing, because he contributed to destroying that part of Black America in LA. So I'm not fond of a Freeway Ricky Ross like some Negroes are. So there's some things we agree on here, contrast and compare.
Oh, okay. I was just waiting.
No, I'm finished. No, I wasn't trying to be argumentative with you. I'm just saying that there's some things that you're saying that I agree with, and there's some things that I differ a little bit. But I hear your points, man. I hear what you're saying.
At the very same time, sir. At the very same time, over 100 years ago, at an Ivy League campus, you had at Cornell University our founders who founded the greatest fraternity on the planet. What was stopping these men from attending Cornell? What was stopping Black people from attending one of the most prestigious colleges on the planet over 100 years ago? What was stopping Madam C.J. Walker just 20-something years prior from becoming a millionaire? What was stopping Black doctors, lawyers, engineers that were prominent well before the Civil Rights Movement? Sir, it's just culture. Yes, I will admit, sir, some of the things you're saying, I've heard about them. I'm not denying it because I have no proof that it did or didn't happen. It seems like it did. But, sir, you're talking about some dope fiend jazz musicians, some dope fiends. And that is one of the problems with our community. That's one of the things I talk about. There's no grand conspiracy. There's people who are capitalists, and they will be just like people sell prostitution and pornography. Yes, there may be people who sell drugs, and they know that, hey, look, man, Black people seem to be a culture that becomes addictive really easily. They're addicted to vices, and I believe it's really our own fault as to why some of these communities fell into decay because of the crack pandemic. Because people knew and it's just like the Arabs. Here goes the Arabs. Here goes the Arabs, right? They don't drink, they don't smoke necessarily, but they're gonna sell your not you necessarily, but your black ass alcohol.
And they'll sell you pig's feet and everything else. Yeah.
They know culturally they don't really do this shit, but they know that it's something that they have known about the African that says, you know, hey man, we can sell some alcohol to them. They'll buy it. And I really believe it's our own choices, you know, and it's just the honest to God's truth. It's the honest to God's truth.
No, I was just going to say, just keep this in mind, Chaotic Truth.
Yeah.
We have to be very careful when we put a blank canvas with a broad brush and say, this is what the Negro is. We have to be careful because you would agree with me that there's all different types of Black people. Black people behave, and people in general behave a certain way based on environment, what they learn, what they've been taught, what they've experienced, and what have you. So you could take a Black kid who's grown up in upper middle class environment, who will have a different perspective than a kid who's grown up in the streets of LA all his life, right? And so environment, would you agree, let me just ask this, would you agree or disagree that environment has some contributing factors to people's behavior?
Yes, it has some contributing factors.
Because if I grow up in a house where I have my father, my mother, my family seems to be somewhat intact, because we know there's some dysfunctions in some families, but my family seems to be intact, and I have a family where I have a father who has certain expectations of me, right? Then I stand a higher chance of growing up and having a more stable path in my life versus a kid who grows up and he grows up in dysfunction where there's no father, mother's got different men in and out the damn door. He's seeing people getting high all around him. You know what I'm saying? There's some kids who grow up into the bullshit. And then on the flip side of that, because I had a friend who grew up like this, there's some kids who grow up in total chaos, no play on your name, of course, and they still end up achieving in life and overcoming how they grew up and using it as a way to overcome. And then you've got kids who grew up and had all the privileges in the world and they turn out to be monsters. You know why I know that happens? Because I see it every day in my professional work where I look at guys' records and I say, damn, this dude came from a well-off family. What the hell is he doing a 20-year sentence? I'm just saying in general, it can happen so many different ways. But I personally believe that you stand a higher chance of getting into having a really difficult life when you come from difficult circumstances. You see where I'm going with that, Chaotic Truth?
No.
You don't? Okay. Tell me where I'm wrong.
I'll tell you exactly where you're wrong. In college, many years ago, I dated 2 girls, not at the same time, but both of them were from Rwanda.
Okay.
Now they're One of them is a medical doctor now. The other one is a what is that? An administrative nurse, one of the top nurses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sir, one of the girls I dated witnessed her family, I mean, literally slaughtered in front of her. Her neighbors had hid her in a home, right? Literally saw her family slaughtered. This is during the Rwandan genocide. The other girl, she happened to flee the country before shit hit the fan. These girls were the most studious girls. These girls, were pretty much angels. I knew a girl in college who was from Liberia. She lived in Liberia under Charles Taylor in the Civil War that took place in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
The girl was absolutely studious. The girl, she was so focused on her education.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't make any excuses. She didn't walk around mean mugging people and was angry about stuff. Yeah, occasionally she talked about things that she saw, but it was only occasionally, and it didn't come off as a victim. A lot of people in this world have gone through far worse than what any American has gone through. And they come to this country and they slam dunk, tomahawk over people that have been here for hundreds of years. And it's fascinating that we still have this woe is me mindset in this country. That's why I have no more sympathy for inner city black kids anymore. I just don't. And honestly, I think it's your duty, not you, but your duty as a black man. If you are in a position, if you are a police officer, if you are a teacher, I think it's about time for you guys to start shaming these moms, these parents. Why are you fucking and having these kids growing up in these situations in the first place? Shame on you. Shame, my God, why are you breeding these kids into existence in the year 2023, living in abject poverty? Just die off. If you can't succeed in this country by now, you need to die off. Your DNA doesn't even need to go. You don't need to be here anymore. And I see where you're coming from. Trust me, my God, I see where you're coming from. But you have people in this chat. You got Jonathan Berville from Haiti. God, literally hell on earth. He's outperforming Black Americans that have been here for hundreds of years. And I can only imagine some of the things that his family has gone through. I don't know if he grew up there, but I can only imagine some of the things that he's gone through, his family's gone through in Haiti. That's 50 times worse than anything in America.
Well, let me ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
I have two questions to ask you. Would you agree or disagree that there are people who come here from other countries in the world, and one of the advantages that they do have is that they already, because you said yourself, you said yourself that it's about culture, right? So if we have certain segments of Black America where the culture is kind of broken, right? And you have someone who comes over from another country who already has language intact. They have their culture intact because they know who they are culturally. And you may disagree or not agree with me, Chaotic Truth, but Black Americans, we are mentally maybe some of the most lost Black people in North America because of we didn't come over here as immigrants. And a lot of our culture was destroyed. It was mismangled. This is why you have Black people. And I always say this is why you have a lot of Black people who are trying to find themselves. They'll call themselves Moors. They'll call themselves Hebrew Israelite. Because they're trying to find identity. And sometimes they find an identity that they're not even that identity, right? But you may have other groups that come over and they have that in pride. They might be dirt poor, but they've got a certain level of pride about themselves and a certain confident about themselves because they actually know who they are. So they're culturally intact. Now they come over and they may come from a culture where their father is in their life or something like that. And he says, your goal is to get education. So they come over here and they matriculate through the educational system because they're very focused, right? Would you agree with that or disagree? And I'll give you my second question.
I disagree.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'm not going to argue. Okay, now the second question to you. Do you believe that it's because Black Americans in general, not all, live in a country where we have certain freedoms and certain advantages that other people don't have in other countries? And it's the old saying, we begin to take what we have for granted. So we get lazy and toxified by our freedoms and our opportunities that we don't take advantage of because we just become complacent, because we've gotten so comfortable in a society that's afforded us opportunities, like you would say, opportunities that we're not taking advantage of because some of us have just gotten too damn lazy. Now, I'm saying some of us. I didn't say all of us, ladies and gentlemen. What are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. And Black Man, if you can let up Checkmate on the panel if you can.
Yeah, because I'll be dropping off pretty soon. But go ahead. I want to hear you.
I like the second part of your question.
Mm-hmm.
I agree yet I disagree. What has happened with the Black American in particularly is that you have allowed, and this is where I halfway agree with you. You have allowed the lazy person. You've given the lazy person so many excuses, and there's probably some agenda at hand. But when you tell, information. I was a teacher before.
Yes, I respect that. I don't question that.
I've seen liberal white teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Liberal white teachers. They have some 16, 17-year-old kid in the classroom and congratulating him or her on doing basic arithmetic.
True. I've seen it myself. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, and right. We've all seen it as teachers. And I'm like, why is she encouraging, why is she congratulating this idiocracy, this mediocre, this not challenging behavior? And I really believe that's what's happened. I believe that you're allowing a culture to be lazy.
But do you believe, okay, you said you're allowing a culture to be lazy, but do you believe that when Black kids go to school, that there is a low expectation for the Black student versus this brother getting down with his candy? Do you believe that it's a low expectations for the Black student in comparison? You get what I'm saying? Is there a low? No, I'm just asking, brother. I'm just asking.
You know as well as I do, sir. You being a college man, you know that especially these liberal arts colleges literally bend over backwards.
Right. Liberals are
to get the Negro to get into the sciences. I mean, literally begging Black people, hey, Blackie, get into this, get into that. Listen, I've seen white people literally begging Black people to get into the trades with the organizations. Matter of fact, even with commercials back in the day, begging Black people to get into the trades. Again, man, I just think it's a culture of, I don't know what happened, but I believe just sex, drugs, and violence is just the culture now.
What I believe, chaotic truth, I'll leave you with this.
Go ahead, sir.
I believe that there's a multifaceted Black culture. There are Black people who are in the upper crust. There's middle-class Black people, if there's even a middle class anymore. Then there are working poor Black people who don't do drugs, who don't do the ratchet stuff, but they're just working lousy jobs and trying to make ends meet, right? Then you have the category that you're talking about that's just downright trotting to the dirt. But the problem is, my dear brother, is that we too often use that framework to put the broad lens on all Black America, because there's no Black men up here right now that fit the category of what you're talking about. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just simply saying we got to be very careful with that, because that's the same thing. And just understand where I'm saying. Don't take this wrong, but that's the same type of stuff that white society used to view Black men and say, They're incapable. They're not intelligent. That's the same reason why they tried to keep us out of medical school, keep us out of certain things, because they had a view of black people as being inferior. Matter of fact, brother, whether you want to agree with this or not, they actually would, this is out of eugenics, they actually would look at our heads, our bone structure, our skull structure, and believe, they had a belief that black people, by being born black, you were automatically inferior before you had a chance to prove yourself in society. That was legitimately happening, coming out of eugenics, brother.
I want to give you a rebuttal to that real
So
quick.
no, but yeah. Okay, would you? I got to ask you a question. All things can be learned through questions. Do you agree or disagree that at one point in this society, they had a notion that we were inferior, like monkeys? That's why they would call.
I mean,
No. Actually, let me correct that. Monkeys actually have intelligence. So let me correct that statement.
You mean monkeys or apes?
Well, apes are very intelligent.
Right, apes, so.
Right. They're very intelligent. But what I'm saying is, would you agree or disagree that there was a notion in this society
I agree
that black people, black men in particular, were inferior because we didn't have a brain size?
Listen. In terms of the physical ways of doing it, I think that was a little bit pseudoscience. But I would argue that it was a legitimate claim. The math.
Oh my God!
Real quick, information man. Let's be honest here.
I'm trying.
We're talking about the 1800s and probably before. People in general were stupid. All they really knew how to do was farm. The masses of the people.
So would you check this out? Check this out. Would you agree with me or disagree with me that the majority of slave owners, and there were women that were slave owners, and I know that people believe that there were black people who owned slaves, but what people get mixed up is that you had black people who got money and they had to buy their family members back. That's where the notion that black people had owned slavery. But this is what I wanted to say to you. I want to ask you.
Go ahead.
Would you agree or disagree that there was a small number of white men who owned land, who had slaves, and if you are not a slave owner or a land owner, you could not vote in America? Yes or no?
Sir, I think it should be like that now.
Okay.
If you're not
and then check this out. Check this out.
Fight for your country.
Did you know? Did you know that a lot of the white people who worked on the plantations,
overseers,
were dumb as hell? They were dumb as rocks. They were not educated. So when you say, well, no, this is my point here. You just said that, well, yeah, black people at that time, it was actually true. But you failed to add that white people were dumb as rocks too. Mandrell, am I right or wrong, brother? Weren't white people dumb as rocks who weren't slave? Weren't they? Because they worked as overseers they were the ones that was whipping us. They were the ones that were doing horrible things to us because they was dumb as rocks. Okay.
Hey, we got to keep in mind that the biggest leap in scientific discovery and development came in the 1900s, from 1920 to present day. Like, this is the biggest leap in science in human history.
That was eugenics that it came out of. Eugenics.
Yeah, you're right. And so, I mean, it's like, and information man is right, but a lot of things that black people invented was stolen from them, because back in the day, we were not allowed to own patents. So a lot of stuff you see attached to white people today, a lot of that stuff, chaotic, they didn't invent.
Can I ask you a question, Mandrew? Mandrew, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I understand you just said that the 19th century went through a very a scientific leap, right? Mm-hmm. But okay.
So 20th century.
Okay.
Sorry about that. 20th century.
Okay.
20th century. Yeah.
You mean to tell me prior to that, in ancient Africa, let's assume let's call ancient Africa the 1500s. All of the resources there, the ancient Africans who, let's be honest, nobody had made contact with them for the most part. You mean to tell me they didn't build skyscrapers out of the very iron ore that they had in the mountains in South Africa? They didn't build cell phones with the coltan that they had already had in Congo. They didn't use the gold to build electronic devices instead of wearing it. Where was all this invention in ancient Africa?
Well, you got to look at that time, there was no need for it.
Oh my God.
So if there's no need to build a skyscraper, well, who's going to think to build that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you have to look at the time period as well as necessity. What that culture needed. Now they had everything they needed. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, white people came around and they didn't build skyscrapers until the 20th century either. So I mean, you know what I'm saying?
They also built cathedrals 2,000 years prior.
Yeah, but the black people in South Africa need cathedrals?
They were too dumb to build it.
It wasn't that they were too dumb.
Oh my God, they're dumb now. Look at what happened.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is,
you're a traveled man. Look at what happened when apartheid ended. Look at what happened. These cities in Johannesburg, you have literally abandoned building after abandoned building after abandoned building. The Negroes don't even know how to manage the damn city now in Johannesburg. And Soweto, they don't. Come on.
Well, it's like this. Information Man was correct when he said Africa has. Look, I get into this conversation with a bunch of Africans all the time. It's true. Their leadership is absolute trash, and that's who's selling that country off by the pound to the Chinese, to the British. You know, and China is working Africa. Okay, like it's amazing what they're getting away with, and the African leadership is just letting them have it. You know what I mean? That's the biggest problem with Africa. That's always been their biggest problem. They have shit leadership. You know what I'm saying? And my thing, it's incredible that the citizenry put up with it. It's absolutely incredible to me. But you got to understand, like, I mean, most people chaotic are gonna just, no matter what civilization, no matter what society is, most people would rather just take orders and hope for the best. Most people are non-confrontational. I would not say this about Africans, but given my experience with them, but because Africans are crazy. I think all of them are. But I mean, their leadership is absolute trash and brutal. A lot of their leadership were former warlords who lived out in the fucking bush, creating child soldiers, having them sniffing brown, and going out and doing heinous acts. A lot of their leadership are those people. You know what I'm saying? So they rule with an iron fist and fear.
Hey, can I ask Chaotic Truth a question? Because
hopefully I can answer.
I know you said that you know, like, I know that Africans that come over from the continent will go to schools and, you know, they'll sail and all of that. But of course a lot of them do go to historical black colleges that, you know, do you distinguish between, because I almost feel like you're blending everybody in. Do you distinguish between Africans and Black Americans? Because we do have different culture. Like, for example, I understand that my ancestry comes from the continent, but I don't really consider myself an African because I'm not of that. I didn't grow up in that culture.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, I do distinguish it.
Okay.
African Americans, I've always said it, even on my panel, are the superior African in the diaspora because they or you are American. That's what makes you superior to the African. Most Africans, listen, let's be honest. There ain't no first world country in Africa. I mean, Nigeria is an emerging market, but let's be honest, man. Any African would want to trade places with any African American. Let's be completely honest.
Well, I was going to bring that up because a couple of years ago, I did a story on that on my podcast channel where you had thousands of African men, young men, who were leaving the western part of Africa, Sierra Leone or something like that. I'm tongue tied tonight. And I think they got on raft boats and they went to, I think Italy or Spain, and Spain turned them right back around, rounded them all up,
Prime Minister,
and sent them right back.
Yeah, the Prime Minister,
and what always kills me about people that are, and this is no disrespect to anybody who's Pan-African on the panel, what always killed me about Pan-African people that are Pan-African is that they're telling Black people that we should move back to Africa. But yet the Africans who know the culture and the language better than we do are trying to get the hell out of there at the thousands. We're talking about young Black men. So that tells you, that's interesting to me. But my other question for you, brother, is it true or not true that a good number of Africans that do come over, like, for example, Nigeria, are you Nigerian, my brother, by ancestry?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true or not true that a lot of Nigerians or Africans in general who do come over and are able to get into schools, is it true or not true that a lot of these people come from upper class of the culture, meaning they're not the poor, the downtrodden, the peasants on the streets, that they usually come from some type of some kind of clan? Is that wrong, or is that
it's not the exact truth. It's a mixture of people.
Okay, that's why I'm asking. You would know better than I would know. That's why I'm asking.
It's just different people. Yeah, it's different.
Because most of the, I'm just saying from my experience, most of the Nigerians that I've met, when I've had a chance to talk to them, because there's brothers in the frat that are Nigerian, I find out later on that they come from a pretty well-to-do family structure and background in their country of origins.
Of course, information man. Would you want the drags of society? Listen, I don't know if you ever heard of Papua New Guinea, right? Man, you heard of Papua
the way he said that, man, I should have a sound bite on that. I'm gonna make a sound bite.
Yeah, I've heard of Papua New Guinea.
Yes. It's one of the last places on the planet where there's civilization, right? So these people they kind of still live like it's the Stone Age. Some of them live in cities, but most of them live like in the Stone Age. There is no way in hell, if I had a civilization, I would want the individuals who live in the damn backwaters and jungles to be in my cities. Of course, an individual who's educated, who's a medical doctor over there. Of course, come over here. You were a medical doctor over there. You can come over here and study too, and let's see what. Of course, but I wouldn't want one of these crazy bow and arrow, and they still use bow and arrow over there, and they still have little tribal warfare. I wouldn't want these crazy wild animals in my city.
But this is my point. The individuals that you're naming, would you say that they represent people there? Do they represent the majority, or are they just a small fraction of people who are living like that, while you have other people in the diaspora or in Africa who are living a little bit more what you would call middle class or more refined lifestyle?
Obviously, in any culture, you have individuals who are educated and not educated. You have individuals with high IQs and low IQs. You have that in Nigeria. You have that in Ghana. You have that everywhere. I mean, that's just kind of.
I just, you know what you just did? You just walked into my argument tonight. You just said yourself, well, you know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it, brother. You just said yourself that they're different. And that's been my argument tonight to you, is that if that is true, that we have different people of different education and behavior and background and environment that they come from, then you really can't generalize and say this is what all of Africans are and all Black Americans are. You can't do it.
What did I say about all Black Americans? All I said was
no. I'm making a general.
You guys invented the hot comb. That's about it, man. You guys ain't invent nothing, man. Stop with all this bullshit.
Wait. What about capping? He just capping.
Okay, right. What about I was about to say, what about the cotton gin?
Cotton? Get the hell out of here!
Listen, cotton.
That's a great technological.
Yeah, here's the thing. Cotton that revolutionized cotton production, and cotton is what put America on the map.
Right, because America was look at my man, look at Freezy, because cotton is America was we came out of an agricultural economy because guess who was out there growing the food and doing all? It was Black people. So America, look, chaotic truth. You should know this. You know this, brother. Most America would not be the country it was not without the free labor of slavery and the fueling. The fueling of the industrialization of agriculture, the industrial revolution of the machines. Go ahead, Freezy. I'm sorry.
I just want to add this. That's actually to Mandrell's point. That's actually when the industrial revolution pretty much started. When the,
Facts.
Are you sure? Wait a minute. Are you
when
sure?
The cotton it was invented. A lot of people think the Industrial Revolution started in 1930s, with automobiles.
The
and all that.
Industrial Revolution started in 1760.
Would the cotton gin be a part of that, Mr. Chaotic Truth? Yes or no?
You invented it. Will you tell me?
Wait a minute. See, Chaotic Truth, you're not being. I think you're capping. I think you're capping. He just capping. He's just capping. I'm not even gonna go there with that question.
That's right. That's that call for your mama.
I love Chaotic Truth, man. I swear.
Ooh, man.
I love Chaotic Truth, man. We did. Eli Whitney.
You know what? Forget it then. Chaotic Truth, forget it. Let's just tell the truth. All we've ever done is eat watermelon and put our feet up on the table and play with our toes. That's all we've ever done, right? No, I'm having fun with you, man. It's been a great discussion tonight. It went in the right direction because we made honest statements how we felt, and we were able to do it respectfully, and we were able to get away from the going left. And I just say that I think that was the most important thing, even if we may disagree with stuff.
Information, man. I want you to thank white Jesus for white people colonizing and enslaving blacks. Because shut the fuck up. I challenge black people all the time. I challenged the Negro yesterday. Who was it? Damn, who was it on my channel? I said, listen, if
I don't believe in white Jesus. I believe in black
America
Jesus.
is so bad. I will buy you a one-way ticket to Monrovia, Liberia, sir. But I ain't going. Oh, you know who it was, guys? Do you guys know who? Is it little podcast?
No, you did not get into a debate with podcast.
And so I said, sir,
oh my God, you ate him alive, didn't you?
I need to see that.
But no. I was like, if America's so bad, sir, I'll buy you a one-way ticket to a land where you won't see a white face in sight. You're like, I ain't going over there. Why not?
Chaotic. Why you bullying people? Why you bullying people, man?
Wait, hold on, but man, Drew, I'm
just saying, you know full well that was he wasn't in your class, so you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, intellectually, you ate him. You were gonna eat him alive, and you knew that. Come on.
Well, that's true. But all I'm saying is that if America's so bad, move out of this place and go to one of the 57 black. Listen, there are countries in Africa where it's only black people there. 99% of the population is black. Go there.
Has anybody on the panel tonight made reference to wanting to leave the country behind? This country. Has anyone made those statements?
Hell no.
You did, information, man.
I'll go to Dubai.
No, I didn't. When did I ever say that we should leave?
Your entire conversation, sir.
I just said...
You sound unpatriotic. You're rewriting history.
No, you're capping right now.
No, sir. Hear me out for a minute. You're rewriting history. You sound unpatriotic, and you're rewriting history to the point where you're making it seem like blacks built New York or something. Stop. We need to build the skyscrapers in New York. Stop it.
What happened? Well, you do know.
Go ahead.
You do know that if you look at all the port cities in the country, like Chicago and New York in particular, during the triangular slave trade, they had all these trading companies, and the docks that they were building, and the clothing and the food and all these things that it created an industry. So slavery created an industry which fueled companies that are alive, that are still existing today. So you have a lot of banks and a lot of financial institutions that actually made their money originally in slavery, and then they switched over to something else. You can go, there's documentation, there's history, there's historians have talked about that. And so that is an example of that helped to fuel, that economic boom helped generate money that made it possible as the Industrial Revolution took off for them to start building skyscrapers, sir, and all these sort of things that you see in places like New York, because it came. Matter of fact, Chaotic Truth, can somebody help me on this panel? Isn't there a building in New York where when they were building this skyscraper, they found a burial ground where black people were buried? And they have to now, and then it's a historical place. So when they built a skyscraper, they had to preserve this particular burial spot. And as they were digging in the earth, because people think, for example, I just learned something else, Chaotic Truth. Do you know that they came out with some information just this week that black people have been living in Canada for over 150 years ago, and most of their roads and most of some of their infrastructure over there in the beginning was built by black people who got there and that were there all those 150 years. So, sir, this is why we have to be very careful when we begin to say that black people did not create anything because white people did it all, when I'm learning that there's a beautiful things that black people in Canada were doing to help build their country. You see,
man, we've been talking for the past.
And you had black men that fought in their military during World War II.
It was under Washington Square Park. I'm looking at it now.
I'm sorry.
Information, man. You're right. It was under Washington Square Park. I'm looking at it now.
Okay,
in New York. There's a
It's an African burial ground.
Washington Square Park.
They made it a national monument, and it says here it's the oldest and largest known excavated burial ground in North America.
Okay.
Well, Chaotic Truth, I'm not sitting up here to lie.
What does that have to do with anything? Okay. I mean,
curious about that.
Because you know what it has to do with it? It plays to the point that you had black people in this place in New York that were building structures and died building these structures in New York, sir. So black Americans, we are a foundation. As much as you may not want to hear this, we are a foundation for the early development of this country. Matter of fact, I know you like Donald Trump, but you know what? I just heard a video of Donald Trump himself saying that black Americans built this country. Now I'm giving you a bone here because I know you like Donald Trump. I heard a actual audio where Donald Trump in a rally admitted that black Americans were the foundation of building America. That's your man, Donald Trump.
Oh my God, that's huge.
Sir, listen.
No. That's your man that said that.
Sir.
They play it every day. Check this out. There's a sister on WVON in Chicago who's a radio host, and she's new. She's just came on this week, and she's a conservative, and she plays Donald Trump speech saying that.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah, surprise, motherfucker. And that's your own man who says that. The man that you see as the best president we ever had, my brother. You see, when you talk to information, man, I'm going to give you the information. Anyway, I got to go and get some rest. I got a big day tomorrow. Chaotic Truth, believe me, brother, I enjoyed talking to you. It was a good debate back and forth. Even if you disagree with some things I've said, it's fine. That's how we learn and we develop. I got no ill malice towards you, brother.
Before you leave information, man, I want to say this too. The way you brothers talk just then, I applaud you. I applaud both of you guys, man. And also, throughout history, if I can count, there's been only a few like major dynasties. I think one was the Babylonian dynasty, and then you had the Egyptian dynasty. Then you had a Roman dynasty. Now we're in America. America is considered basically the biggest dynasty in the world right now. But if you pay attention to all those dynasties, black people actually ruled the majority of those dynasties. Even part of the Roman dynasty, black people were popes and Caesars and shit.
Chaotic Truth, what do you got to say about that?
I think that this man has been smoking a lot of weed tonight.
Ganja.
Weed mixed with alcohol. The nigga's going crazy. When in the hell have you ever seen a bust at any art museum of some Negro as a Caesar, as an emperor of Rome? I'm just asking. Who's the emperor that's black?
Well, the first pope was black.
Jesus Christ. What was his name, sir?
I can't think of his name right now.
We'll pull it up on the. We'll pull it up.
First pope was black. Yeah, the white popes didn't really come till later. That's when they came up with white Jesus. I think Alexander I forgot either the third or the sixth or whatever. That's around that time is when white popes started coming along. But
who was the first pope?
I forgot his name. I'm sorry.
Well, the first pope was
it Pope Saint Victor one? I think it's Pope Saint Victor.
Okay. Well, we got to go to even King James, right? King James, the Bible that we read. A lot of people mistake him for a white man. King James was actually a black man. This is a historical fact, right? And the scholars that actually translated that he ordered to authorized to translate the Bible was Moors. I was just saying that because Chaotic Truth said he was
crazy. Can I ask you a
insinuating
question,
that Moors never existed.
Can I ask you a question, Freezy?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Shoot.
When you walk outside of your 7-bedroom home that is on the cul-de-sac in a white neighborhood, what kind of German-made car do you have, sir? Keep it real.
I don't have a German car. I got an American made car.
Okay. Can I
Got
ask you a
two-
question,
two
sir? Where's
American-made
your goat at? Where's your camel at? How come you're not riding? How come? Hold on a second, sir. Why are you purchasing the white man's vehicles? Yeah, what's up with that, sir?
Well, okay,
You're not talking to us over with a pigeon, sir, instead of the internet.
Hold on here. Is this the barbershop? Is this the barbershop?
Yes,
It's the barbershop. Well, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but hell.
That's a good question. I do.
You know what? Jay Speed, OG, just named that Black Pope.
Yeah.
He put it in there. He said he was around. He was living 492 to 496.
For the alley.
Okay.
Thank you, Jay Speed.
I bet you Jay Speed. Hold on a second. Now, guys, hold on a second. Now, Freezy looks sober. I bet you Jay Speed won't come up here and show himself.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, don't do that now.
Yeah, Jay Speed
Hey, come on up, Jay
I don't
Speed.
take the advice of a drunk or a nigga that's high, and I bet you Jay Speed is one of the two.
Stop it. No, don't do that.
Jay Speed will kill him.
I got too much respect for my brother. Don't do that to Jay Speed. Jay Speed, come on up and set stuff straight. Come on up and set it straight, Jay Speed.
I'm not about to take any opinions or anything from a man who's drunk right now.
Stop it. Stop
Let me
it.
ask you this. Before you go,
Stop
Chaotic,
it.
This is a serious question. Let me ask you this.
Go
So
ahead.
we know, history repeats itself.
Oh,
every major dynasty, after so long, it's just bound to happen. It's going to fall, right? And we know that throughout antiquity,
for the destruction of white people's civilization. Go ahead, man.
No. That's what I'm saying.
Just go ahead.
Throughout antiquity, right? Every ruling nation, by default, has the most resources, as far as labor, or they have the most fortified cities, right? Everything. So what I'm saying is that even in the Dark Ages, when black people ruled, right, they had the most advanced resources and everything, right? Everything as history goes along and time goes along, right? The ruling nation is going to get more and more and more and more advanced. So I'm just saying, do you think that with me stating that, do you think that it's just a natural evolution for America right now to be at its technological advanced state compared to other ruling nations in the past? And if America falls and there's another ruling nation, that nation is going to harness more. It's just going to be an evolution. It's just so happy.
So you're talking about it's funny that you say this, because I know exactly what you're talking about. So there's a theoretical scientific idea. It's called the Kardashev scale.
Yeah, exactly.
And the idea is that we are in civilization 0. Civilization 1 is the idea that human beings will become a spacefaring race that can use the energy output of the entire star, if I'm not mistaken. Then you go to civilization 2, we'll be able to leave the solar system and go to different other solar systems. Look, man, I get what you're saying. It's very possible, right. But let's be honest, niggas ain't about to leave that civilization at all. Let's be honest, man.
Yeah. See,
I
disagree.
Let me ask you.
But it's possible. No, I'm joking, right? It's possible.
Chaotic truth. Let me ask you this.
That'll be a human effort. I'm sorry. I'm just joking.
Let me ask you this question, chaotic truth. Because I know you talked fondly of how the white man creates everything. Answer me this question: why is it a country like Japan? Because I remember this in 2008. They were talking about building a bullet train in California, but it never happened. Why is it that a country like Japan has a bullet train, and we don't have one damn bullet train running around here in America today? Yet the white man has invented everything, according to you.
I'll tell you exactly why. I used to be like y'all and ask that same question. But let me tell you something. I'll tell you why.
I'm just asking the question, man.
I'm gonna tell you why. Are you out of your mind? Do you want niggas from Chicago, niggas from Detroit to have easy access to other parts of the country in 2 or 3 hours?
You know what? He's
Hell
capping.
no.
He's capping everybody.
No, but
Ladies and
think
gentlemen,
about
he's
it.
capping tonight.
Think about it. If you have a bullet train in America,
I agree with him though,
have
information
people
man.
that should not be in other parts of the country, going to other parts of the country, man, and that might be too much for the
Okay,
empire.
so here we go. Say cutting truth. You just did it again, brother. So you saying that only the downtrodden, according to you, will be the ones traveling when you know that that's going to help commerce because you're going to have black men who are businessmen as well as everybody else that's going to be able to travel places and do business, which is actually going to be beneficial to the economy of our country. But you think it's only going to be the downtrodden. That doesn't make any sense to think that way. That's why I know you're capping. You're capping tonight.
Capping, man. No,
you are capping.
Man, listen.
But you can't forget about the niggas. Niggas fuck shit up.
No, hold on a second. And I'm being serious, information, man. It would be a disaster if you have ignorant niggas from different parts of the country going to other different parts of the country tearing shit up. And
All
it's
right.
the truth, man. Like
I want to hear Illuminati. I want to hear his observation on these things. He's been sitting back quiet.
Are you not entertained?
Shit.
Well, I don't know. It's just when you get into these conversations, it gets to the point to where most people do not realize the history that has been rewritten in the history that is being destroyed at this present time. Because we always say if we don't learn from history, we'll repeat it. Well, how can we repeat something if you have no knowledge of it? So I'm sitting here looking at, there is, according to this website, there were 4 Roman emperors that was born outside the country of Italy and was of African origin. So that there's that fact. So there are different things that if you listen to people like the old teachers like Dr. Henry Clark, they'll give you the historical fact about how Egypt was in her 25th dynasty before the Europeans even ever came over. So, and if you look at it from a biblical context, the Bible was basically in the continent of Africa with people who were of pigmentation and dark skin. So when you think of it from that aspect, it has always been perceived, proclaimed, and always put out there as we as people of pigmentation have never contributed anything to this nation or to this country, which is totally false. You know, so you just have to look at the history and really dig and go down the rabbit hole as to what contributions. And I did hear that same statement in which the last president that we had did make the statement that blacks helped build this country. There was contributions to this country. So that's my take on it. So.
All right, and we're about
that
to.
man smooth.
Anything you want to say as we we're about to end the show. Anything you want to say to the guys on the panel or anything about what's been said so far tonight?
Well, it's been information man is the person I met on I believe it was on Cheeky's panel. He gave some information on some things. I've always seen Chaotic Truth on Lapeef doing his thing, doing what he usually do, debating and being intellectual and things of that nature, which is cool. Shout out to Mandrill. What's up, brother? Rob. I'm not speaking to Freezy. I'm the black man, so it's gonna take a couple days before I forgive you. Anyway, so it's just one of those deals to where don't you shake your head because I'm only a 3-hour drive away, so just shake your head like this, do like this.
Hey, listen,
north and south.
Listen, okay. Listen, on your way here, can you go ahead and pick up my? On your way here, can you go pick up the new background dances for my show?
See. I come on these panels, Mandrill, to have intellectual conversation, and this is the kind of things that Chaotic is talking about information. It's niggas like this, and I don't use that word. It's niggas like this, and I expect so much. See what I'm saying? See how you do me? See how you do me? You see how you do me? You know, no respect for his elder, and see, people are clipping this on YouTube. He said, "You respect me as your elder, and this is how you treat me."
I do respect you as my elder.
No, whatever. Anyway,
You come from the generation where the women walked around with Harry just like this. They didn't shave. No,
okay. So why? What does that have to do with the intellectual conversation tonight? Slave and oppression talk is victimhood. There is no racism. That was a conversation tonight, and here you are. You ain't playing the victim. You just playing. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you do over here, black man. Just I don't know. But anyway, brothers, it was a good conversation. No, I'm still not speaking to you, Freezy. I don't know if you're here or not. But anyway, it was a good conversation. Information man, chaotic. Y'all went back and forth. It was very intellectual, no yelling or anything like that. You did your thing. It was good. I just wanted to come here and listen, give my little 2 cents. There were people of our pigmentation that did contribute, that did build. Africa built a lot of things back then. But if you look at history has been erased, and a lot of people have taken over that. I mean, just the Library of Alexander of Egypt had a lot of things in there that allegedly that's over at a certain city in Rome in the basement. So that's just my take on it.
Can I ask you this question though, brother? This is information man. Would you agree with me that history, when you break down what the word history means, it's history, and history is written by the victor. Whoever conquers, they rewrite history, and then they write it to reflect who they are, right?
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Correct. It is history. It is the victor who wins the war, who holds the pen that will dictate that which is what we read and what we know. So if you look at what today is going on, we're actually going through a modern day, but it's through the internet. We're going through a modern day internet burning of the books. They do not want you to acquire this knowledge. So if we as a people know who we are, and a lot of people say, well, that doesn't matter. It does. Why is it every other, not race, that's something that they came up with also. Why is it that every other ethnic group has a historical background that they can fall on but us? Ours is chaotic. It's like a buckshot, So I really believe that we did come from royalty. We did contribute, and I understand what chaotic truth is. He stands on his square about his about truth that he feels as though that he knows, and he has done his research on. I respect him. To what his knowledge is, but there's other forms of this to where we definitely going to have Black Men Unfiltered. We're definitely going to have more of these discussions to where we actually bring receipts. That's the key. Documentation and receipts. When we start doing that, my brother, you're going to have a whole bunch of people coming over here watching stuff for those who want to know, because a lot of people don't want to know this information. They want to stay ignorant. Ignorance is bliss. And because they don't want to know and they don't have no right to it, they don't want to know. So that's what that is. But shout out to you, brothers. It's been good. It's been real.
All right. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you illuminating revelation, man.
I'll see you next week, brother.
All right. Much love to you, man. Hey, listen, we ain't signing in the mother. Oh man, hey, the ops thing got hold to your internet, man. You sound like a robot. Freeze it.
Don't drop him. Bring him back up.
He's
back. He's back. He's back.
Yeah, I'll go. It's been an excellent conversation, and hey, I just want to end it on this. We talked about black popes and black Caesars and Roman emperors and stuff like that. I think chaotic is Catholic, right? You Catholic, right? Chaotic.
You said, am I Catholic?
Yeah.
No, I'm not Catholic. No.
Oh, I thought you.
Thank God.
Oh, okay. But if you go deep into the Catholic Church, you'll see black saints. It's the reason for that. You know what I'm saying? They worshiping us. So, I mean, we everywhere, man. We all in your ass. You know what I'm saying? We everywhere, man. And you know, when I was in school, every morning, and I'm going to say this because you know, part of the conversation tonight was whether we should revisit Black history, right? When I was in school, public school that is, I was poor, man. I'm just letting you, I ain't go to charter school. I was poor nigga. But every morning they made us cross our hearts and sing the Star Spangled Banner, right? And if you take a deep dive into the Star Spangled Banner, there's a lot of white history in that. And they made us repeat that every morning. And I don't know about y'all, but we had to do that. Little did we know, thanks to Colin Kaepernick, he revealed to most of the nation that the last stanza was about you know, slaveries and slaves and shit.
He a fraud though.
So, well, you know,
Who a fraud?
Cap.
Well, I was.
Look, hold on. See how we do that to our own?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? We talking about taking down statues of all these white people and oppressing people, and it's a problem. But then we talk about our own.
I ain't want to go off on a tangent.
Hey, come on, man. Come on.
But that really wasn't about Kaepernick. It was about how white people constantly remind us of their history. So I just want to encourage people of color, embrace your history. It is possible for you to utilize it as strength. That's it. And get off your ass, go to work, create your business. You know what I'm saying? And it's possible for us to move as a collective and encourage each other. And I love all you brothers.
I love you too, man. I appreciate you, Freezy. All right,
am I okay now, or am I still borging?
Oh, you good, man. You good.
You're good.
Let me go ahead and real quick, Ronnie Hunter, man. He's a giver of the channel, and he asked me for something earlier, and I didn't, give that back to him. So this is a quick break for his super chat. I'm sorry about that, brother. Here you go.
Why is it that when he smiles, all you see are teeth?
All right, Rob. What are your final
this is what Chaotic's talking about with Africans. That nonsense.
Well, first thing first. This was a great conversation. We agree, we disagree. Honestly, like conversations like this, and definitely conversation, information, man, and Chaotic Truth had. These are steps of finding the solution. And I really want people that's watching, any young person, regardless if you disagree or agree with somebody, at the end of the day, we need to understand each other's point of views, and if we could take what we agree and disagree and just try to find a way to put it together so we could create something unstoppable, man, we can make this happen. But I don't really believe in it, because it's hard to get us together, man. Have everybody have the same mindset. It's just hard, but it's still hope. And the hope is that, hey, Freezy said it earlier, man, children is looking at this content right now, or will be. So hopefully they could take notes, the things that we're talking about, the things they agree with, disagree with it, find a way to put it together and turn it into their own information. So, but yeah, another thing too, man, we need to start breaking bridges. It's been some times where I tell my friends to watch your channel, Big Black Man, and they, when y'all come on our shows, have somebody come tell me, like, well, Mandrill, right? I think it was a episode, Mandrill called me fat, right? And somebody was like, well, why you ain't checking on that? I was like, well, shit, the nigga right. I need to lose some weight. And I've been working on that shit. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm not here to fucking about to break no bridges off what somebody says or how a nigga say it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so understand this, y'all. Stop breaking fucking bridges. You know what I'm saying? We break bridges for stupid shit. And I refuse to do that shit. So y'all making me better. I feel like I'm growing in this space. Just having conversation with y'all. I see my growth. I know I got a lot to still to work on, but I want to thank y'all. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Even I could call y'all my friends for real. So.
All right, twin, man. I appreciate you, my brother. All right, next up, we ain't signing.
Hey, black man, what's up? It's been a while. Salute, Mandrell.
Man, I ain't seen you since the Ford Motor Company had a good engine, boy. What's going on?
Nothing much, man. My response will be short and sweet. I'm gonna have to disagree slightly with you guys. Talking about slavery, letting kids know about the history and things like that is fine, but a lot of times when we talk about the history, a lot of times when we talk about our achievements, we're only talking about the achievements when the elite black men have contributed or had the opportunity to sit at the white man's table. And that kind of destroys who we are as a people. We need to be competitive, right? We need to say we need our own table. You need to teach kids about building our own shit. Because until we be competitive, build our own shit, like South Korea did, right? In the 70s, South Korea GDP was the same as Kenya. Now they're one of the top 4 tigers in Asia. We need to start doing that shit. We need to just teach our kids being competitive, being best, other groups.
Yeah, you break it up again, my brother.
I'll just.
All right, information man.
Did he drown or something?
I don't know what happened. Nah, I just want to say to you, Black Men Unfiltered, thank you for allowing me and Chaotic Truth to have that dialogue. It was going left in the beginning, and then we were able to steer it back to the middle. Although we may not have agreed with each other on certain points and aspects, I think we still did agree on the fact that we can still have a civil conversation on our disagreements. He did agree with some things I was saying, some things he didn't agree, some things I agreed with him, some things I didn't agree with him. And that's what it's all about. We learn from each other, we grow, and we try to make things better around us in our community. But I think at the end of the day, the issues around whether black people have accomplished anything in this global world, you have to go into deeper study, as the brother said, as Illuminate said, you have to go into deeper study to understand how much has been contributed. He just named people of African ancestry that were rulers in Rome, and a lot of people probably didn't even know that. Or I wonder, and he should know this, there were, 300 BC, you had Athens, Greece, and you had black Greeks who were in Athens. What's that? Esau Favos, he was a black man. People don't know that. Some people don't know. So take a deeper dive, everybody. And everybody in the chat room, thank you for watching this program tonight. Definitely support this brother's channel. Black Men Unfiltered, man, you're doing something big over here that's much needed. I can't tell you how many panels I've been on in the past where it goes sideways, where black men are literally making death threats towards each other. And somehow when things get a little heated, a little hot, we always can find some humor. We can always at some point bring some of this stuff down and have some level heads. And I thank you for providing a platform where we can speak as black men, speak our truth, but we can still walk away as friends, even if we may disagree with each other's points. So I want to thank you and thank everybody, and have a great night. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you.
All right,
Peace.
man. Appreciate you, my brother.
I'll be listening.
All right, we ain't signing you back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'll be short and sweet. overall, majority of the time when we're talking about history, we're talking about how Black people and Black women have done something great and sat at the white man's table. This is detrimental to our psyche and our confidence. We got to start talking about what we can do to build our own table, be competitive, and be able to compete with other ethnicities. South Korea in the 70s had the same GDP as Kenya. Today, they're one of the 4 economic tigers of Asia. We got to let the history go, and we got to start thinking about how we can compete, how we can produce, and how can we put ourselves in a stronger position as an ethnic group or as a race, whatever kind of category or classification that you feel comfortable with. But at the end of the day, how you stop racism is to practice racism. How you stop oppression is start oppressing other people. How you stop becoming second class is by coming first class and put another motherfucker first class. And that's I'm gonna end it there.
All right, man. Thank you so much. We ain't signed. Appreciate you, my brother. All right, Mandrell, what are your thoughts?
I think that conversation between chaotic truth and information, man, was beautiful. It really was. I'm proud of both of them. I'm proud to know both of them. That's how you have a conversation where the two men disagree, but the shit ain't violent. It's civil. You know what I mean? No one yelled, screamed, called each other names, none of that. You know what I'm saying? Two men had a point. They came to a consensus at the end, even if they disagreed. That's how you behave, people. You know? A lot of truth came out of both men. I lean more towards information, man, but, you know, it is what it is. I mean, facts are facts. Truth is truth, you know? I rock with chaotic truth wholeheartedly. Y'all know that. That's my man's in them. But, you know, sometimes he's right. Sometimes it's wrong, but that's all of us. It's everybody. It's a good conversation tonight. I don't think we should ever conversations like this about race. You need to teach this to your kids because they need to be warned that this is something that's out there. You need to teach them how to take control of the situation, not with emotion, but with intellect. You know, and think your way out of that situation. You know, because I remember I was in the second grade. This was my first time experiencing overt racism directly towards me. I was in the second grade. I was in elementary school. It was after school, and kids were waiting on the bus. I was waiting on my ride to come pick me up, and I was out there playing with a kid. You know, kids don't know color; they don't care. Anyway, the kid's father came and picked him up. He grabs the kid by the hand and spits in my face. I thought he made a mistake. You know, like. I didn't know what to make of it. I thought he made a mistake. So I went to the guy and said, "Excuse me, sir, you spit on me. Did you know that?" He said, "Yeah, I meant to do it." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because my son don't play with niggas." I'm in the second grade, and a grown man spit in my face and called me a nigga. I'm in the second grade. But by that time, growing up in Alabama, my sister and I were well schooled on black. I came from a very pro-black family. I'm about to say household, but not the whole. Both sides of my family are very pro-black. They made sure they insisted on us learning our history, our real history. So when that kind of thing happened, I was equipped to handle it. You know, but that's why you need to teach your kids these things and as early as possible. Because this shit is out there. You got some sick people out there that'll do some sick things to children. All because of something stupid, like racism. Something that really ain't even real. You're inferior because of your color. No, you're not. No, you're not. You know, inferiority and superiority it has to be judged on an individual basis. Some people are going to kick ass in life. Other people are going to lay down and just let shit happen to them. It's a fact of life. Some people you can help. Some people don't need your fucking help. And some people, there's no help for them. They're just going to be shit. They're duds. Which is more proof that God ain't perfect because he created niggas. But at the same time, he created black people, you know, geniuses. trees and all kinds of shit that we found beautiful, but not perfect. Thank you, everybody. Tune in Wednesday to Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu. Going to have a great show for you. I'm going to be talking about discipline, more specifically, self-discipline. I'm going to introduce you all to one of the historical figures one of the men in history that I admire the most. Okay. And I modeled my self-discipline largely with his philosophy on discipline. So tune in for that. It's going to be another Tenets of Manhood. It's going to be the fourth one. Or is it the third, Blake, man? Which one is it?
It's third. It's the third.
Third one, yeah. Third one. Okay. Yes. Tenets of Manhood, discipline. That's the third installment of this series. Fellas, you guys need to tune into this. If you can't do this, then you're weak. All right. That's it.
All right, man. Appreciate you, man. Dre. Have a good night, my brother. Much love to you, man. All right, man. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. It was an amazing show, especially the exchange between men, where men can have a conversation, be disagreeable to each other. It could go a little left, but they bring it all back together. So again, man, shout out to the guys tonight, how they stood in the gap for each other. They stood in the gap for the conversation. Everybody stood in their square. And this is an example of what it is to have a conversation with men. So I'm grateful to even be a part of that tonight. So I just sat back in the background for a little bit and just embraced the beauty that was shown here tonight amongst men. So I appreciate you guys, man. If you want to give a cash app at the bottom, please do so. If you want to join the channel, hit the join button at the bottom of the video. If you want to send a super chat, do that. Let's see here. And everybody that was in the chat tonight, thank you so much for being in the chat tonight. You guys were amazing. You're undefeated. Thank you for the conversations in the chat. You guys are great. Thank you for all the moderators that are moderating. Thank you guys for moderating tonight for the show. And everybody, just thank you so much. And we have long days tomorrow, so all these men are going to sleep tonight. I'm about to go under the bed. I am ridiculously tired, but I got to get up early in the morning because my daughter has basketball tournaments. So you guys have a great evening. It's been real. We'll see you guys on Monday for reaction videos. We'll see you guys Tuesday for Talk That Talk Tuesday, Wednesday for the sports show and Unapologetic with Mandrell. Thursday back at the Dustosphere. Also after the Dustosphere, Coach K and Big Al. Get your mind right. Then on Friday, back here at the barbershop again. All right. So you guys have a great weekend. Stay out of trouble. Be safe. And enjoy your MLK Day if you are off for that. Peace.